What's up, y'all? It's your girl Kiki Green, and we got a show today, jam packed with topics. It's been 2 weeks since we've done a Friday Night Live. Last time we did this, it was Halloween, so we got a lot to catch up with. Let's take a minute for people to come in here. Shout out to everybody in the chat. What's up, Cayenne? Crypto says champagne, wishes, and caviar and dreams. That's what's up. Hey, Ambi. How you guys doing? Bitcoin looking nice. That's what's up. You sent me Bitcoin information and I just felt like I was still overwhelmed. The best thing to do is probably to jump into it. All right, so on today's show, we're going to be talking about a few things. I mean, the biggest thing in the headlines right now is the Astroworld concert. And quite frankly, before I got on here and said a whole bunch of insensitive things, like I didn't have really nothing nice to say last week. I sure didn't. I said, let me just stay off the internet and go back to what I honestly, when I saw his name all over the place, I didn't even know what it was. I was like, I ain't got time for this. And then when people started sending me text messages and it just got, and messages, DMs, emails, I was like, all right, here we go. Here we go down the rabbit hole. What now, Illuminati? What now, Freemason, Illuminati? What now, chat? What now? And one of my main questions as it pertains to Travesty Scott here is who listens to Travis Scott? This is something I have been consistently asking since I would say before he got with Kylie. Who listens to Travis Scott? So in the fallout of the aftermath of the events that took place in Houston at the Astroworld event the other day, where I'm sure you guys have all heard by now that people were trampled, people were injected, people was climbing all over each other. 8 to 9 people have died now. People are still in the hospital. It was one hell of a concert. And y'all know me by now, how I'm like, I can't move, I can't get to that part until we sort out the first part. Question number one, which is, who the hell listens to Travis Scott? And if you are a Travis Scott fan, I need your assistance because I have so many questions. You know what I'm saying? Travis Scott fans is like libertarians, like they claim you're out there, but I don't ever meet any of you. You know what I'm saying? Here and there, every once in a while, somebody's like, I'm a libertarian, and you're like, okay, okay. But I'm looking at these numbers here, and supposedly there's a lot. Where's everybody else? So, can anybody admit to being a Travis Scott fan that can help me? And I try to stay hip, okay? I'm on the TikTok. I go check out the Shade Room. I can't follow them. I have to voluntarily go over to the deep ghetto ratchet parts of the internet. I have to go over there on purpose. I cannot have that involuntarily popping up on my feed because other than when I go to the ghetto, which is when you drive down to the shade room on Instagram or some of these YouTubers, that's the only time that I see certain people pop up on my feed. You understand what I'm saying? Because I didn't went down to the ghetto, but I can't follow the shade room and just have you putting some of these yuck mouth. Okay, look, this is why today's episode is entitled Lifestyles of the Rich and Ratchet. If I wasn't so lazy, I would turn it into a whole fucking Robin Leach spin-off series, especially because I had so much fun narrating on Halloween. Okay. And that's what these people are. They are very, very, very rich, but they are also very ratchet. Okay. Very, very fucking ratchet. And so we're going to talk about this. Who is really, really responsible for the Astroworld tragedy? But I want to wait. I want to let this chat fill up because y'all know they don't even like to send out my notifications, child. They act like I'm over here teaching y'all how to recruiting y'all for some terrorist network or something, child. Because they know that I can smell the bullshit from 9 million miles away and I already know what's going on. Now, listen here. Y'all not going to worry me all apocalypse. I have started over the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills from season 1. That is what I have been doing for the past 8 days. Okay. I am currently at the beginning of season 4. I'm telling you, I'm meeting new bitches I ain't never seen. But I said, who is this? Carlton. Huh. Okay. And who is this? What's the other girl name? Because Brandy keep messing it up. So now I don't know what the girl name is. And so I'm seeing characters I never even knew was on the show. And when I first started watching BH, because I'm thinking when this show started 11 seasons ago, I had a life. You understand what I'm saying? I was young and zipping it and doing it all over Hollywood myself. I didn't need to watch these heifers on Beverly Hills, and I was already in Beverly Hills. Need to watch these houses in Beverly Hills. I'm already in Beverly Hills. I worked at MySpace right next door to the Beverly Hills Mercedes dealership, and I was going to Pinkberry on lunch in my fucking Ugg boots. I didn't need to sit here and watch these houses on TV. But I tell you what, I have nothing to do now. Okay. So when I did start watching it though, was like more so when I moved to Nevada and like have nothing to it just now that I'm actually a housewife, I have been watching the housewives. But it's certain things about the season that have been just nagging at me, just getting up under my skin because I couldn't figure out and really pinpoint who was wrong with the Kyle and Lisa Vanderpump situation because I knew I liked Lisa Vanderpump, but after a while I wasn't sure why I liked Lisa no more, and then I wasn't sure if Lisa was being shady style. And with Beverly Hills more so than Atlanta or any other franchise, the story moves really quickly. A bunch of things happen every single episode. And I have to talk about this because my husband does not care. And I've watched 3 full seasons now. And so if you're not a Housewives fan, like I don't even know what to tell you, you're gonna have to come back. But this is important because the Erica Giardi situation and everything is how it spills over into real life. And then you also have Teddy Mellencamp, who was on the show. And her one of her properties is where Pop Smoke was robbed and murdered, which is also related to the Travis Scott thing. See, I'm gonna connect for you ASAP Rocky slash Travis Scott, because they're the same person till I see them together. Okay. We're going to break down the Travis Scott thing, but I'm going to tell you how it's even related to the Housewives because that's how pressed I am to make it worth it for you to listen to me talk about the things that I have discovered just in watching. First of all, also how Brandy Glanville name would continue to pop up even though she was not on the show, and I had only kind of briefly seen her on there. And I remember her interaction with Sheena, but that's because I was watching Hannah Rules. I have gone back to the episode one to the very beginning, and I have learned some very important things about these ladies. First of all, the show is centered around Kyle Richards and her friends. But Kyle Richards is a fake, phony. Beverly Hills is in her bones. She was born and raised in Beverly Hills. She is fake. She is phony. She is full of it. And Lisa Vanderpump rode for this girl from jump, but the minute it was time for Kyle to defend Lisa, she would never do it. When Kyle started that show, Camille Grammer was on there, and Camille got them a second season. Camille Grammer, that whole first season, Camille kicked ass. Brandy Glanville come on the show, and all those bitches, including Lisa Vanderpump, every last one of them, they were so intimidated by Brandy, they immediately jumped on her and took advantage of her, bullied her. And Kyle used Adrian, Lisa Vanderpump, the morally corrupt Faye Resnick. Did I say yes? Adrian, also Taylor, every other day. Like Taylor Armstrong is like a real nigga on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. But on them other days, Taylor Armstrong ain't shit. So depending on, and then okay, so I say all that to say this. When season 2 started, Camille was starting off, she had taken over it. Like it wasn't about Kyle and her friends. It was about the life and times and the houses of Camille Grammer, who was very much serving fucking wealth, opulence, private jets, multiple homes. She was just sliving. Okay. It was giving, it was everything. And Kyle Richards did not have the money she has now. And she dragged her poor sister Kim onto the show so she could say, look at me, how wonderful I turned out. You know, here's my older sister. She's a child star. And you know what happens to them? They grow up and become crazy alcoholics. This is me saving her and running around town with my rich Beverly Hills friends. And that was overshadowed by Camille. So when Camille Grammer and Adrian Malouf, who was also balling, Adrian had more money even than Camille, but Adrian played it safe first season, comes back second season, and really third season, and now it takes over. Adrian takes over, but she couldn't take the heat because she's such a lion-ass cow. And started planting seeds in people's mind that Lisa Vanderpump leaked stories. So since season 3, when Adrian left and Camille left, and drunk ass Taylor Armstrong bounced, that was all of the fucking minions for Kyle. Lisa Vanderpump at this point realized I have been a minion for Kyle, but Kyle didn't turn around and have my back when Adrian Malouf came for me. So fuck her. Kyle, you on your own. Me and you, we cool, but I'm not going to bat for you. If you wrong, you wrong, you right, you wrong, whatever. And Brandy ain't even that bad. Taylor kind of had a crush on Brandy, so even though that's why I say Brandy ain't, Taylor wasn't shit sometimes, but sometimes she fucked with Brandy, sometimes she did. But and then Kim started liking Brandy. So season 3 come through, and Brandy Glanville, now everybody in Beverly Hills, including Adrian Malouf's ex-husband, loves Brandy Glanville because at least she's real, she's told the truth the whole time. So Kyle now is desperate, and she goes around here collecting anybody and saying, do you want to be my friend and be my ally and be my minion and back me up on this show? Now, what would have solved all that would have been had the morally corrupt Faye Resnick brought her ass back on the show. But Faye Resnick can't have us all up in her business because we got too many questions for her morally corrupt ass, which is why I can't believe how Faye Resnick ran around here questioning people and their decision making and what was appropriate and inappropriate. And I cannot believe that the people old enough to know who Faye Resnick is allowed that shit to go on. Isn't that how most of them start off, centered around one housewife and her friends without actually focusing specifically on anyone individually? Yeah, but it's more obvious with the Beverly Hills cast than it is with any other of the other ones, because in probably most of the other franchises, that HBIC has been upseated already. And even with Married to Medicine, where we're talking about Mariah Hack, is that her name? She was the HBIC. She was done first season. Nene Leakes, HBIC of Atlanta, and that was her girl group. And Nene has been gone. Remember, she left and came back at some point as a friend to the, you know what I'm saying? So Kyle Richards has not been dethroned as the centerpiece of the show. I mean, but they have revealed so much. These bitches really bring it. Now, if we go back to first season of Atlanta, I watched that show from the beginning. I watched Potomac from the beginning. Beverly Hills, I would watch an episode, like out of 21 episodes, I might watch 5 or 6 out the season, you know, because I just like looking at them, but I wasn't really following the storyline. But now that I have gone back to the beginning, like this shit is really fucking good. Oh God. And Lisa Vanderpump is very much giving you Bree from Desperate Housewives. You know what I'm saying? It's the closest to Desperate Housewives is a California base, so it kind of makes sense, but whatever. I know this is probably trivial to y'all, but I'm telling you, that's where I've been. So when I look at my phone and the world's blowing up and I'm like, who, ASAP Rocky? Like, no, Travis Scott. Like, what song does he have? What's the difference? One's dating Rihanna, one's dating Kylie. Oh, because this is how I keep up with you. And then there's 2 Travises in the Kardashian family. So it's like, well, which Travis are we talking about? Travis Barker, Travis Scott? I need a little black book to keep up with you bitches and your boyfriends. Okay, so it's Astroworld. Okay, what now? What fucking now? What now? They just smothered the. I'm sorry. This is why I can't do this shit. It's just my delivery, and I'm a comedian, and it's just hard for me not to point out the irony of shit. And then when you do that, it's called a joke, and it's funny, and then it's 20. So now I'm the bad guy. Okay, so I'll save it. It's too soon. It's too soon, and y'all sounded really concerned. Okay. Damn. It's too soon. It's too soon. It don't make no sense. Okay. Travis Scott? Now, my question, like I said, question number 1, who the fuck listens to Travis Scott? When the whole thing blew up and his manager came out, former manager came out and said Travis Scott at some point had left him for dead. There was an incident where the manager had a stroke and Travis Scott left him for dead, fine, right? He says, this is the former manager speaking, says that he used to work for MySpace Music. I don't recognize him, but he said he worked in tech, so I wouldn't recognize him anyway. He worked in tech, and when he said they manipulated using bots, they manipulated Travis Scott's early SoundCloud numbers and his Twitter following. Okay. so that a record label, he would be more attractive to a record label. And the labels are so lazy now, you have the numbers assign you, period. So this lets me know, and for myself and all the rest of you who were going, who the fuck is listening to Travis Scott? When we were asking that question, it was a legitimate, the answer was nobody. Nobody was listening to him. And the computer, the matrix, the machine said, hey, what's up, Jared? The machine said, this is popping, but it wasn't popping. And nobody was listening to him. Even after he had been featured on Drake's album. Now, let me tell you what did happen. The genre of music that his old ass makes, because Travis Scott is 30 years old, but his mumble rap music is in the same league with the Little Yachty's, the Triple X, I ain't got time, Tentacion, I never got put all that together. Juice World, okay? Astroworld, Juice World, and then who just got arrested? Which one of them just got arrested for possession? The one with one eye, Fetty Wap. Okay. Now, Fetty Wap was found with a Googlab boatload, excessive amount of drugs. All right. I am a different type of content creator. Like I'm just talking. I ain't got time to be putting together PowerPoints and pulling up in for one day. Okay. I got a toddler and I can't do it. So if you want to know how much dope Fetty Wap had, you need to look it up. But trust me, it was a whole boatload of that shit. Okay. So now Fetty Wap is going to be somebody's trap queen in prison because he's probably never getting out. Now, Juice WRLD is the rapper that was on tour with Nicki Minaj shortly before he overdosed in an airport where he allegedly, supposedly took a lethal dose of whatever he had in his pocket because he didn't want to go to prison because he had 70 pounds of marijuana on his private plane. So you find it a coincidence? Because I'm not a coincidence theorist or a Democrat. So quite obviously, either the record label, the management, or the concert promoters are selling dope and the rappers are transporting it. This is fucking obvious. It don't take blues goddamn clues to put this shit together. Don't y'all come crying and whining to me about somebody cussing. This is an adult show. Do I have to put rated R or whatever the hell? Now, you're right. Go do something else with your Friday night. Because we grown folks talking to grown folks. My child in there watching Clifford the Big Red Dog on Paramount Plus. Okay? In her room. On her 55-inch screen television. And not in this conversation. Okay? So, Fetty Wap. Thank you, Crypto. Six Flags Astroworld in Houston closed in 2005. And I'm sure that's related too. What's up, Kevin? I'm sure that's related too. We're going to come back to that, Louis. So now, quite obviously to me, somebody is moving these drugs and using these rappers as mules. And quite obviously, the rappers are encouraged to keep up a lifestyle. And on top of that, they are already in debt to the mafia. The music industry business is ran by a bunch of very irresponsible criminals. Drug lords, mafia types, etc. And this is why you have to bring some ass if you want to catch some ass in the music industry. This is why you need a Suge Knight on your team. This is why you need somebody who is aggressive and can be ruthless. If you're going to survive and make it in the music industry, that's how you're going to do it. Now, you can take the Kid Cudi route and just be a complete bitch. You could do that. You could take the Lil Nas route and just agree to be a bitch. It's the same way as when you go to prison and there with all those criminals. You can fight it out. You can watch your diet and do your push-ups and go out on the yard and fight and make shanks all day, or you could be a bitch. That option is yours. But if you in an environment and it's nothing but criminals, you're gonna pick one. You either gonna compete for that alpha dog spot or be somebody's really loyal henchman, or you're gonna be the bitch. Now, how does this relate to what's going on with Astroworld and Mr. Scott? Whatever the fuck Travis, his name ain't even Travis Scott, okay? Whatever this child's real name is. Everybody wants to know who is responsible for this. Now, Mr. Kylie Jenner is 30 years old. He don't come off to me as that bright, quite frankly. And his music, it sounds unfinished. It's very much that SoundCloud underground thing. He's on that end. I think he does good production wise, but then he does a lot of auto tune, and somewhere in there, it's just one of those things where the producer has decided to be the artist. He's like a producer, DJ, crunk artist type of. He's not a lyricist, rapper type, but he's so fucking old. And this the thing about Travis Scott that makes him so irresponsible, and what actually makes him more of a safety hazard wherever he goes, is because he's too old for this shit. Okay, so he's the super senior. He's the cool 30-year-old high school senior. That's what he is. He is the and look at me. I've got more patches on my Letterman jacket because you fucking been here so long. To the point where your old manager helped you right after he left MySpace. Like, do you know how long ago that was? So what does that mean? Why is it that this is even the energy that you as a 30-year-old man produce? Why are you not mature past that, and your audience and the type of people going to your events? As we talk about responsibility and people are saying don't victim blame, I mean, I really want to talk about who the fuck listens to Travis Scott, and why are y'all so stupid that you will suffocate and trample over each other in open fucking air? That's something's wrong with you. I have been to music festivals before. But see, I go to jazz festivals. So when Kim or Shaka Khan or Erykah Badu comes on stage, all the thousands of people in the park don't spill their drinks and run up to the front of the stage and try to touch the artist, because we are too grown for that shit. And that's what festivals are for. People are saying, well, they didn't check your bag and your backpacks, and they didn't check us, and security wasn't tight. The whole point of going and listening to music outside is so that you can do drugs and drink alcohol while you listen to the fucking music. So if you're going to take people's paraphernalia from them, then why would they spend $400 to sit outside and to listen to your music? The fact of the matter is, the audience that listens to Travis Scott is too young, too immature, and too stupid to handle a fucking festival. And then you turn around and make it more alluring to teenagers and children by adding a carnival aspect to it. And then you turn around and invite people to jump over the fence, and everybody says, that's so dangerous for you to invite people to jump over the fence. How about the fact that you're so stupid, you're going to spend $400 for a ticket to some shit that you could get in for free if you would just wear your sneakers? When we got off of here on Halloween, I said, Halloween is the festival where you come out, you celebrate that it is the end of the summer, it's the beginning of fall, it is a transition. You take all the shit that you have been planting and growing and nurturing, and you go in the house and sit your ass down somewhere until the birds come back. I do not have an unlimited supply of fucking empathy every weekend, America. I do not have it. As you and your derelict children go out and do unnecessary shit and find unnecessary fucking ways to die. This motherfucking concert said come die at 7 p.m. $400. See you on the other side with the motherfucking countdown clock, the scary music, a skeleton. What else do you want? What else? And then I'm supposed to stop Real Housewives of Beverly Hills to cry and fucking mourn and help you find your loved ones. Are you serious? I'm the asshole. I'm the asshole. Am I the asshole here? This is every fucking day. If it's not one thing, it's another. Because can't nobody go sit their ass down. You cannot, it's a pandemic me to motherfucking death. You cannot shut down businesses, schools, muzzle the children. Had a man... I went to go get something to eat the other day. Man damn near lost his mind because the people at the restaurant was telling him he got to sit down if he don't have a mask on. So if I stand up, I can catch it. But if I sit down, I'm safe. This is, sir, save your energy, sir, because this is fucktardia. You have just got through shutting the entire fucking planet down over a mystery disease, and then you turn around and tell me the kids can go off to motherfucking death for goddamn Palooza to see some asshole with no fucking talent in the middle of your emergency while you're out here mandating the military. You done lost how many fucking soldiers because they don't want to take your mandatory bullshit? Yet simultaneously, you will let 50,000 kids go see any motherfucking body. So now when we sit here and talk about who is liable for this, let me tell you the fuck is liable for this shit. Because as irresponsible and childish and dumb as I think that Travis Scott is, because first of all, you raising Tiger's baby, okay? First of all, I'll show you how dumb Travis Scott is. Travis Scott went around here raising Tiger baby. That's how dumb Travis Scott is. And she keeps saying, this is your baby. And he keep believing it. He's running around here, Stormy World, and everything else. That's how dumb Travis Scott is. So you want me to blame Travis Scott? I don't even blame your dumb ass kids that listen to Travis Scott and went in the middle of the fucking Freemason pandemic that they believe in, child. And it wasn't because it was over capacity. It wasn't because it wasn't enough room. You heard them. They all ran up on top of each other like insects to get close to, not Michael Jackson. This motherfucker can't moonwalk. He can't levitate. Shit, this ain't even a Chris Brown concert. This ain't the Usher concert. Let me tell y'all, I was in love with Immature and Marcus Houston. I went and saw them at the Great Western Forum. Drew Hill, Cisco, with the blonde hair Cisco. Before he got zesty, opened up. We stood right there at our assigned seat and screamed at the top of our lungs, Nobody ran to the fucking stage. At 16 years, no, wait, I'm lying. I wasn't 16. They was 16. Let me see. My homegirl, other cousins, they was 16. We was under, okay, so we was 12. I was in the 7th grade. Had to be, because it was 1996, the Cool Down concert. It was either the B or Power 106, I don't remember. Aaliyah, Timberland, Missy, Mary J. Blige, 112, okay, performed at this concert. Mary J. Blige went before Bone Thugs and Harmony was the big headliner. Bone Thugs and Harmony was an hour and a half late. And guess what? They had a big old scary skull, damn near the same size as this Travis Scott skull. Had the skull that size was sitting on top of the stage inside of the fucking Coliseum in Inglewood with a big ass lit blunt hanging out the skull mouth, and the skull had red eyes, and the jaw was opening and closing for an hour and a half. But Bone Thugs and Harmony was nowhere to fucking be found. They cut the house lights on. I was 12. We danced right there at our assigned seat. They turned, the DJ had it pop. When Bone Thugs and Harmony showed up, we were so excited and happy. They cut and we stood right there at our assigned seats and screamed and had the time of our life. I went to go see Usher at the Universal Amphitheater. Usher Raymond was, for this Travis Scott guy is not fucking fake. No, Usher Raymond. Okay? At the height of You Remind Me, when he was wearing them U-chain, dropping up. Usher used to spin, and when he stopped spinning, his pants would be around his ankles. We used to go, wow, we didn't bust the car. Why are you running up to see Travis Scott? But we ain't supposed to ask these questions because that's fucking victim blaming. It's not legitimate for me to ask, why in the fuck was you running? Why? There was plenty of space away from the stage. Okay, whatever, fuck it. I'm old and I don't get it. I'm old. I'm too old and out of touch. He closer to my fucking age than yours. I don't see it. But that's not who's responsible, kids. Because I know I've met y'all parents. So I know what's wrong with y'all. The city of fucking Houston, whoever gave the permits to Travis Scott, that's who's responsible for this shit. Because I'm looking at him, his previous concerts, it's another kid in a wheelchair because he was telling them throwing each other off the fucking balcony. So what information was demonstrated to you when you gave Travis Scott the permission to put on his fucking carnival outside? Obviously, he didn't show up with a reputable security company. Obviously, he didn't show up with a track record of having safe events. Obviously, he didn't show up with a track record of having some type of control over the crowd. It's also not lost on me that y'all mad at Texas because Texas doesn't want to play COVID. It's also not lost on me that you want a universal chip ID card situation going on. So what a wonderful excuse to have a concert or some shit that seems innocent and then go in and start injecting people and doing things to trick the crowd. Plus y'all done all set up and got jabbed and shit. So who knows if the frequencies or something if they wasn't in y'all brain using microwave sound telling you to bum rush the stage. Because I don't believe y'all could possibly like him that fucking much. Something is going on. This is why I believe in witchcraft. He has to be sacrificing goats somewhere. Because I heard it's not that fucking good. It's not. The first concert I ever went to was Stevie Wonder. He had some spooky little occult shit too. They all do it. This is how I know Stevie Wonder ain't blind. He was singing very superstitious. And he had his dancers had on a skeleton bodysuit, and he cut the lights off and it was pitch fucking black. Stevie Wonder ain't had no arm guide and nothing. He was in the pitch black dancing and singing and shit. Then he stepped down from the main stage and was walking through the aisles, and I was standing on the end. Stevie Wonder walked all the way up to me and started singing and dancing with me and shit. Like, oh, so cute. Come on. Ah. The whole way home, I said, this man can see. He can see, mama. He ain't blind. I don't know why y'all said that man is blind. It was like, he ain't blind, he can see. Well, how he see me and I'm 5? How he see me and he blind? That don't make no sense. So finally, they was like, he can see some things, but he can't see other things. Now, that don't make no sense. Okay? Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder, Travis Scott. Stevie Wonder, Travis Scott. It's obvious who the fuck is doing witchcraft. You can't take that's just not natural. It's damn near not even music, whatever the fuck that is. Okay? And you just know I'm not having it. The city of Houston or whoever gave this child and this band of criminals that call themselves record executives, managers, and agents, etc. Like, why are we still allowing this shit to continue? You still allowing, hey, I'm from such and such record label and I manage this artist. You're still giving them credibility like they're fucking firefighters in the community? Absolutely not. Now, rap music had a bad stigma because there were so many shootings and so much fighting and shit that was already going on with rap music in the 90s. Okay? That kind of phased out. It stopped occurring so much, and really gang violence in general kind of died down too. The biggest mistake, I think, is calling Travis Scott a hip hop artist or a rapper, because it implies a different type of fandom. Okay? Hip hop fans don't mosh pit. That's not no hip hop shit. Black people don't like climbing and jumping and hopping and breathing all on top of each other and fucking up our shoes and shit. When we go out to a concert, we wear new shit. And we didn't go buy a new outfit for you to come and jump and mosh on it. That's not how we party. So now it's backfiring because you have all these hip hop legends who have co-signed the new school and allowed them and accepted them into hip hop, and they were peer pressured into it because they resisted it. They did. What they should have done was like they did with Michael Jackson. This word pop was invented for whatever it was he was doing, because it wasn't R&B. Why was it not R&B? Because his fans wasn't Black. Why does that matter? Because that changes the venue, that changes the behavior of the fucking crowd, changes the drugs that are being used at the crowd, in the audience, by the crowd, which changes the crowd control and the needs for that particular population. This is just part of business. Demographics are important. So I don't know what the fuck that is, music that him, what's that other kid? God, it's just, I can't even name them all. They all got them dangly things coming out their head. So all of them got something dangling, whether it's beads or braids or something. They all got some dreads or something dangling. They got tattoos all over their face, and it's not even rap. You know, it's not necessarily that it's bad. It's that it's bad, but it's not really music. It's like a musician understands and hears music in their heart, in their head, in their dreams. They're tapping on shit. They're hearing rhythms and melodies, and they go and bring it to life with instruments or their vocal instrument. Because of the way modern technology has advanced and all these kids have had computer programmers, now you have some computer whizzes who are using computer programs to simulate music. And it's not the same thing. And so what you're gonna get as a result of something that was never fucking music to begin with, it's something totally different than I'm sitting here on my guitar and then I turn around and go into the music studio and lay down a guitar track or even have it played on the keyboard or something to get that guitar sound, and we play it into a track, it goes crazy around the world. When I go and play it live, we're gonna break out that guitar. When the shit was never music to begin with. There's nothing to elevate it to. There's no true, I don't know, ain't no soul in the shit. Okay, so I mean, and at this point, we have sat here for countless hours, fuck hours, years. The music industry is doing this. It's witchcraft. Pay attention to these symbols. Pay attention to these signs. You kids have more technology, access to information technology than anybody else in the world. And I don't believe if a song comes on the radio a billion times, and so now you know the hook to the shit, you're going to go to hell and burn in eternal fire and flames. That's absolutely ridiculous. But the fact of the matter is this: you see somebody out here with devil horns growing up out of their head telling you they want to drag your ass to hell and you're a little demon, and to give a middle finger to God, and you want to go dance and party with his ass, don't fucking come crying to me, talk about it's hot as hell and this shit and it was terrifying and what the well duh. Y'all have created this fucking society where you tell these children whatever you want to hear. Y'all don't hold them accountable for nothing. You give them the Disney version story. You tell them they can be whatever gender they want to be. They can make up whatever reality they want to. And then when they get the real life, very obvious consequences to some very stupid ass choices that they make. Now we all supposed to stop what we doing and hold everybody's hands and kumbaya and cry over the shit. And I don't have the empathy. Especially not as somebody who was born Black in this country. I mean, not to even go there, but to fucking like real quickly, there are people who have, let's just put it like this, all types of challenges that have to be overcome. Okay? You don't get to leave your privileged, spoiled little households so bored for excitement that you are willing to follow this fool to the other side because you're so bored and need to spice up your life. And that's the difference between going to the Snoop Dogg concert and it getting shot up and going to the Travis Scott concert and coming out talking about it felt like I was in hell. Because at the Snoop Dogg concert, you literally went to listen to music and shit just so happened to pop off. This man, that is a part of the experience. It's part of the fucking charm of the show that you might get hurt. And if and when you get hurt, I'm supposed to stop watching reruns of the Desperate Housewives to get all the fucking details. And y'all gonna one by one do this shit every weekend. You gonna find some other event, some other unnecessary gathering to go to. There's motherfucking Rittenhouse shit. Like, I don't want to hear it. I don't care, and I don't want to hear it. Y'all had no business running the streets, setting shit on fire, rioting in the first place. So don't come on here now trying to humanize and make me feel sorry for them because somebody didn't shot their ass off. Because quite frankly, the damn city police, instead of organizing and participating and we ain't forgot. Instead of the police being out there setting fucking fires, they should have been out there keeping them from getting disorderly and tearing that town up in the first place. That's what the fuck they get paid for. They should have been out there putting some foots and caps up in some motherfucking asses. That's what you do any other damn time. That's why we here, ain't it? Well, don't stop now. These are crimes being committed in progress. So what you doing standing here just holding the shield? Shit. And I don't feel sorry for none of nobody involved. That child wasn't no mass shooter. He went and took his little park ranger silly ass outside with his rifle strapped to his back, feeling fully empowered because he been sitting up underneath some grown ass conservatives that wasn't finna bust a grape in a fruit fight. You got to be careful what you say around kids. Because y'all sitting around talking all this shit about what needs to happen and what you gonna do or what should happen to these people marching up and down the street, but y'all not doing nothing. And then the teenagers get up and do it for real. That's what happened to him. You could even use the word radicalized. If I should have been that child's lawyer. Because his defense ain't passionate enough for me, and then the state attorney is lazy and stupid. To the point the judge gotta cuss his ass out. He's so damn stupid. I got this. Okay. Zombies are probably too much for the devil. The devil probably like, hold on, I ain't signed up for all. They doing too much. They hate themselves so much they need others to jump into hell with them. When listening to anything, individuals' discernment can't fall for bad spells. They do, and that's a good word. These kids are so depressed, emo, suicidal. I mean, they have the least amount of survival skills. They don't have no sense of self-preservation, but yet they ain't poor. They not fucking starving. They ain't cold. They well fed. They got $1,000 phone in their. They got a big ass phone, TV. They live better than people have. Motherfuckers made TV shows about being able to talk to your grandma on the phone and see her face while she in another country. That was a idea. That was in somebody's wildest imagination, and these spoiled fucking brats do it every day. And they dumber than shit. They are dumber than fucking shit. And as we sit here and pretend like they're not fucking dumb because we scared to hurt their feelings, they continuing to get dumber. And so at this point, if I'm just sitting here being completely objective and I'm just completely taking just because you have to, I can't be emotional about what the shit you strangers do every day. And you want to harvest my energy, but you don't give a fuck what I think prior to. Because if you ask me, Travis Scott has no business having the authority to even have the lives of 50,000 people in his hands at a festival that he has anything in fucking running, because he has not demonstrated any responsibility or business savvy to be able to handle any type of large enterprise of that fucking magnitude. And him having some fake ass career as an auto-tune singer, it should not suffice. That should not be, you should not be able to put SoundCloud rapper on an application to the city and they allow you to pull up your fucking Ferris wheel. So if anybody's going down, the mayor of fucking Houston needs to be taking his ass down, needs to be going to prison for them kids' lives. The person who is responsible for allowing whatever lazy donut eating bitches that they got filing the paperwork, who allow you to come and tell them, yeah, we got security, and doesn't speak with the head of the security. Why in the fuck is the Houston Police Department meeting with Travis Scott instead of meeting with whoever is over their security detail and coming up with the plan and showing them the layout of the city and showing them the layout of the fucking grounds and the exit routes and having some type of idea and crowd control? And the head of your security needs to be somebody. Let me tell you what will be proficient. Proficient would be if you were smart enough to know in 2021, these might be the dumbest fucking kids to ever have been birthed, and a lot of them wasn't born naturally. Some of these kids came out of all different types of experiments. That's real shit. Y'all don't respect human nature. You don't respect the law of nature. You do not respect God. You don't respect God's fucking creations. Y'all will not allow survival of the fittest to play out because the people who is in the top 1% is not the motherfucking fittest. So we have to live in this inverted upside down world where up is down, down is up, good is bad, bad is good. And where you just gonna piss on everybody's leg and tell them it's fucking raining. It's Travis Scott's fault. No, it's whoever was dumb enough. That's just like if I leave my kids with R. Kelly. That's just like if I drop my child off at 15 years old with R. Kelly because he said he gonna give her a singing career and then act surprised when I don't see my child for 3 years and she has been sleeping with R. Kelly, and then I'm gonna get out here and cry to you motherfuckers after he literally did the same thing with somebody else's child. Oh, well, when I dropped her off, it was like four other 16-year-olds in the living room, so I thought it was okay. That Gen X, I'm sorry, but it's a lot of the Gen Xers is not, the lights is on, ain't nobody at home is the best way that I can describe it to you. And they have spawned this generation of experimental children. They have hopped up on drugs. It's not gonna fucking be pretty, and a lot of them are not going to make it. Because on top of the fact that they fucked up, we so politically correct that we're gonna sit here and pretend like it's not a fucking problem. I think the music and the fact that Travis Scott is one of the number one artists in America is a huge indication that there is a problem and that America is psychologically sick. And that's my professional fucking opinion. You have got to be absolutely shitting me. We was in high school listening to Ludacris "Move, Bitch, Get Out the Way" and thought that that was hardcore. That was hardcore. I went to that concert too. I mean, this was at the height of Welcome to Atlanta on the radio. Okay. And they had a remix with Puff Daddy. And do you know, here I am at the amphitheater. They had went to a lot of concerts at the University Amphitheater. This is another one. Ludacris is on stage doing Welcome to Atlanta. Do you know that motherfucking Puff Daddy hopped out of nowhere on stage and did his verse? And the thing about Puff Daddy is when Puff Daddy on the radio, don't nobody care about Puff Daddy. But when Puff Daddy come out in person, it skips his ass out on stage in that shiny baseball jacket. You know it's a fucking party. We did not bum rush the damn stage. So it's some witchcraft and some sacrifices is going on to make y'all act like this over this Travis Scott because I have seen some of the most Britney Spears got her conservatorship. Now with that Britney, I went to go see Britney when I'm talking. No, that was Mariah. I saw Mariah the second day she was here. Britney, it took me probably about a month or two. But I went to that Britney Spears show, piece of me. I mean, we were screaming at the top of our lungs, and I went on ahead and spent $200 and got me, I was touching the stage. Okay? But when Britney was up there, Britney Spears gives it up on stage. Don't let nobody lie to you. Okay, that's the white, that's Vanilla Janet. That is the white Janet Jackson. Okay, Britney Spears is such a professional. She don't even sweat. She spins in a fucking circle for 2 hours and she don't even have sweat. Don't even come out her fucking pores. Britney Spears makeup don't smear. That's how her curls do not fall. That is how professional this woman is. Wasn't nobody running to the damn stage. Damn sure not to trample. And we not supposed to ask you, what is wrong with y'all? And I think it's good that he's offering everybody who went to the concert some counseling. Y'all should take it. Because you got something that's wrong with you. That's why Travis Scott music speaks to your soul. Because you need fucking psychological help. Oh. And that is my attempt at being politically correct. That's how I'm disgusted. The police department can't permit y'all to put this event on, and people was pissed off at the police because they said they were standing around, they wasn't doing this and that. But the police job is to stop crime. You know, like when people are breaking cars that don't belong to them and setting buildings on fire. That's when the police is supposed to spring into action. They're not supposed to be checking tickets at your concert. That's what your little staff that you hire is supposed to be doing. Then if somebody break out into a fight or somebody starts trying to stab somebody to death. But the police are not crowd control. And if they were sitting around not doing that's who fault it's not. It's not the police fault. It's the city fault that gave these derelicts the permit and even wasted their police department's resources on an event that they know damn well was going to be out of control and out of hand. It was nothing the police chief could have done to mitigate the damage other than not allowing them to have the concert, which he probably doesn't have the authority to do because that's how y'all run this shithole country. That's how y'all run this piece of shit. You never want anybody to have the authority to fix anything. You just want people in charge enough to push the orders of whatever asshole is above them. The city of Houston didn't give a damn about the safety of their kids. What they cared about was that people were going to be coming from far and wide and patronizing businesses around that Astroworld event, plus whatever fucking money Astroworld was paying. That's all they cared about. And as large as that facility was, they thought that you actual human beings knew how to give each other enough personal damn space. So with the exception of people overdosing on drugs or some type of violence breaking out, for all intents and purposes, it should be fine for you to go to your little demonic hell-raising concert and leave in one piece. And it's not enough for artists to go, well, I'm going to start stopping my concert. No. Remember how you shut down small businesses because they were non-essential? Let me tell you who the fuck really isn't essential. Travis Scott. The world doesn't need his music or his events. It's just not fucking essential. You know, the music industry is not essential. Go on Spotify and pull up Songs in the Key of Life. Go listen to that. You don't need no new music. You don't need no new movies. You don't really need that shit. It's not a need. And since you have blown up our entire economy and you have ship ports and shit they can't even take our goods off of these boats and get them delivered to our grocery stores. It takes forever to get something delivered around here these days. We can't even Christmas shop properly because we're in a state of emergency. So let me tell you what the fuck isn't essential. It's Hollywood and the music industry. And they need to all be put on timeout. And that is what the city, people in Houston and the residents and of really every state, this is what, no, stop the music. See, stop singing and fucking dancing and partying and playing. No. Close the movie theaters. How dare you people? You were all the ones who bitched and moaned when we had a president that promoted free enterprise, competition, and capitalism, and you goddamn commies bitched and moaned and complained about it. You wanted a socialist, totalitarian government, and hell, now you fucking got one. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are running the country like it's an HBCU. Okay. Everything is nice and fucking ghetto and low budget, how y'all wanted it. Now sit your ass down and get on OnlyFans, Travis Scott, right along with everybody else. No, your concert is not essential. That's my fucking problem I have with it. I have a hard time with the fact that you were even allowed to put the concert on to begin with. That is where the problem is. All this, he should have stopped the concert beforehand. Why would Travis Scott stop the concert? He's got all these people, all these vendors that he's done business with, and he's trying to make good and go on by his business. Why would you expect him to stop that concert? The grounds permitted him to be there. The city permitted him to be there, and all of y'all are wrong. The mayor is a black man named Sylvester Turner. Lock Sylvester Turner's ass up. Because Sylvester Turner is not doing his job. How do I know Sylvester Turner's not doing his job? Because somebody who worked for you gave this fucking fool the permission to put on this carnival again. That's my criticism of President Trump and Fauci. Why is this guy working for you? This guy? If you just did a brief look over each of your departments, this guy's department is failing. He's a failure. He simply has not made any progress or done his job. Maybe he's a nice guy. He's got a great golf swing, but this asshole Fauci is not good at his job and he should be fired. And we literally hired you because we know you know how to fire people. We don't hold anybody accountable. With the R. Kelly shit, the judge says you can't talk about the parents. Don't bring them into this. Wait a minute. They're the ones who sold the kids to him. They got to go down too. We at least should have the right to ask them, what the fuck were you thinking? So this is the reason why you're able to cancel people, because you're able to look at a situation where you have 1,000 bad actors coming together, colluding together to do something wrong, and then y'all pick a fall guy out of the situation, and everybody else runs off like they ain't did shit. Democratic National Convention. Oh, well, Donna Brazile gets sent them, showed them what the questions was. No, everybody in here is doing something wrong. And all of you need to be held responsible. But everybody's able to hide behind corporations, hide behind insurance. Nobody gets held. This is why everybody comes here. Why does America have so much crime? Because nobody else gets held accountable. Your penal system is a fucking joke. You ain't punishing these people. You give everybody a slap on the wrist. And if it's some white collar crime, like this fucking Astroworld fraud, this fire festival situation, it's the same thing. Hype it up on social media, take everybody's money, and then give them the cheapest vendors and cheap security and cheap so we can keep as much profit as possible. And there's no regulations because people like your greedy ass mayor, Sylvester Turner, is willing to look the other way because he's getting kickbacks probably from Live Nation. Live Nation is always killing your children at a concert. Live Nation let the stage fall on them kids at the Ariana concert. Live Nation has had several lawsuits. Live Nation's always fucking killing your kids. It's never the Kenny G concert. Right? It's never Bowie James. Shit. If it's just concerts, if it's just crowds, do you understand what I'm saying? Shit. It ain't the Janelle Monáe concert. Tighten up. And guess whose responsibility that is? The residents of the city. But everybody's on their phone and gossiping and fighting over swapping, spitting, fighting over sharing boyfriends. Nobody's going to the city council. Nobody's holding the mayor responsible. Nobody's doing it, and ain't nobody watching their kids. And everybody can do whatever the fuck they want to do. And I'm supposed to stop binge watching the Real Housewives to find out what the fuck is going on and to find the fucks to give. This shit is too unavoidable, and it's every single weekend. I can't do it. I can't do it. Listen, Rich and Ratchet. Okay, this man, 30 years old. He's got all this money. He has no class. So you see this picture. If you look at your screens, this is the front when you walk in. Okay, when you get on the inside of the entrance, which is through his mouth, and you turn around, you see the dead side, because this is the tempo. So you look at this skull right here, and you go through that portal, and you think that that's a good time. Do not cry to me. I do not want to motherfucking hear this shit. And I understand as a parent, you can't control these kids. My child has a YouTube, and some of that shit these kids be looking at, you think it's innocent, then it gets a little dark. It's something, it's like a little, just, we know what we dealing with. We know it's out there. And it has revealed itself, and everybody has let us know by now which team that they are on. So if you really want to survive this, you cannot be naive about it. You just can't. People like to say a lot of the times that, Lucifer was the minister of music, and he was the most beautiful angel, and he had all the best music and blah, blah, blah. So don't be, if Lucifer is the minister of music, then you should not be surprised if Lucifer is a black man. If that archetype in these times on this stage that's being played out in the Matrix, expect them to use a black man to play that role. Now, they used to have Ozzy Osbourne and characters like that. You know, Ozzy Osbourne ate the head off a bat every night at his concert, yet nobody got the coronavirus. And he's still alive. Juice WRLD ain't, but Ozzy Osbourne is. Something is definitely going on. When the Illuminati shit conversation was really starting to pick up, especially on YouTube, people were putting out information. I was going, okay, because I had some experiences and seen some things that got me, because you go to YouTube and start, and I literally put into Google witchcraft in the music industry, because there's no reason I'm sitting here in the music studio and you're supposed to be making a rap album and there's shamans and fucking witches and all these skulls and all this weird stuff going on and other things I was seeing. So I literally researched music industry and witchcraft, because that's just what I felt. That's what I was witnessing. And this is when I discovered and learned, and this was about 2008. So this was 2008, 2009. No, by 2009, I was convinced. In 2009, people thought I was crazy. This is when Lady Gaga was really taking off. Beyonce's career hit another level, and they were getting super demonic. And I was making comments about it because it was just egregious. The video, the telephone video with Gaga and Beyonce, where they were poisoning people to death in the diner, and they had all this American flag stuff going on, and they were literally poisoning people. And I'm just like, I took issue with that music video, and people was just like, it's just art, you're crazy. Whereas now I think it's common knowledge that they, at the very least, are not Christians. So when I started seeing it, it was so blatant. And then I noticed, that's when I started speaking on it, I noticed that people were under a trance. because just because they liked the artist, they couldn't talk about it or they could not imagine that artist being down with it. Where I had accepted it and understood that this is really real. And I was privy to information too about people who were presenting themselves as heterosexual who were not, like Alicia Keys. Okay. So from the download stuff, the certain rituals that was going on, it just all seemed to what that cat game thing. Yeah. It all just kind of started making sense. Something was going on. I said all that to say this. It was obvious people from the music industry or who had escaped the industry was putting this shit out. And people started making videos or doing interviews confirming what was previously a conspiracy theory behind, on videos of people hiding their faces and just doing pictures and that type of shit. Now you've got Choke No Joke kind of went viral telling his story about certain experiences he had. That other kid that worked for BET who was getting touched on and shit by Stephen Hill. He told his story. You had Kathy O'Brien. She was talking. Roseanne was talking about the child sexual abuse in Hollywood. So that validated what was being shown as far as the hand symbols, the certain symbolism in the music video, or certain even demonic images that were forming and pouring out of these music videos. So once it became now a buzzing topic, Jay-Z was the first person to basically poke fun at it with that On to the Next One video he did with Swiss Beats, Mr. Versus. Okay. Next thing you know, he does an interview where they ask, I'm going somewhere with this. They asked Jay-Z if he's an Illuminati. He said, I'm black. They don't let black people in the Illuminati. Yeah, I'm in a black secret. I'm in a secret society. It's a black secret society. They asked Rihanna about her being in the Illuminati. She said, yeah, fuck yeah, because I'm a devil worshiper, right? But then she said something about being in a black secret society. Well, now fast forward to 2021, after these people, and Kanye is militant 3-4 days out the week. He has in between his day, because he has tea and crumpets with Kris Jenner on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You know what I'm saying? But on the days where Kanye is not having tea and crumpets with Kris Jenner, he's a very militant black man. Okay, so Kanye, Rihanna, Hova get together and do a song called Run This Town where they've got on masks. Fast forward to 2021, everybody's got on masks but them three and they're billionaires. The black secret society that they were in is really a cult called communism. See, what was really fucking going on was the Rhymes with News had some conversations with and given some money to Jay-Z in France, and they have been radicalized by Rhymes with News communists who have radicalized them against their own country in the name of helping to bring down, bunny ear quotes, white supremacy, which equals capitalism equals America. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is how you got here. Your music industry musicians, and remember, they use Hollywood and music industry to make spies throughout every war. Now, the war on drugs, for example, is a friendly word for it really being a war on a particular opportunity zone. So don't think for 1 second, young white America, when you're listening to Travis Scott, who has adopted rock and roll type of energy for his events, don't think for 1 second that he is not in the same Black secret society, because he is. So it's his twin, A$AP Rocky, which is why he's running around with Rihanna. And they, in this Black secret society, one of the goals is to sacrifice the white youth. See, Black kids got shot already over rap music. And now it's your turn to get initiated. You want to stay dangerous. Heavy metal is over with. Hip hop using the murders of Biggie Smalls, Tupac, Jam Master Jay, Triple X, Juice WRLD, Pop Smoke, Eazy-E. What the fuck? We could do this all day. Mac Miller. We could do this all day. Every single one of these traumatic events. It's never the jazz artists. It ain't fucking old what I say? Ozzy Osbourne still alive. Courtney Love still alive. Mick Jagger alive and fucking kicking. Jane Fonda. You know what I'm saying? But the hip hop artists drop it like flies. It's not just because they living dangerously. That ritual, that death, mystery, darkness, and all of that is so alluring to these lost souls. And they use these traumatic events to bond people to the music, to bond people to the experience, to make that one Pop Smoke concert or encounter you have mean so much more to you now because he's dead. And that trauma is supposed to fragment your personality. This is how they put MK Ultra mind control on the entire population. One of the other reasons I didn't want to talk about the A$AP Rocky concert is because this was already done and put in place, just like they had to manufacture his numbers. They have to manufacture his superstardom because he's moderately talented. He's moderately talented. He doesn't suck, but he's moderately talented. Travis Scott will be your next generation's Puff Daddy because this incident and his name being put through the media like this all over the world is making his brand and his name go up. There's no such thing as bad publicity. This is how Puff Daddy got to fame. Because he did a City College concert, he locked the doors, trapped all the people inside, set the motherfucker on fire. Then there was a fire, a stampede or some shit, and people died. Ariana Grande, same thing. This makes people more famous. If it bleeds, it leads. This is the best way for him to get talked about everywhere. And he's going to come out eventually with a decent apology. He'll say he's sorry. He'll donate some money. In fact, he'll turn around and make this even more about himself, doing a yearly vigil or something to the victims. Some kind of way he will bleed and milk this shit for more attention, and you'll turn around and he will be a household name and nobody will remember why. We've watched this happen a gabillion times before. A gabillion. And this is also encouraging that genre of whatever that is, music adjacent shit it is that he creates. Because remember, he's fucking 30. Making music that is appealing to 15 to 17-year-olds. Okay? You still eat out of a lunchbox. You take $5 to school every day for a slice of pizza and a Coca-Cola. That's why you can stand to listen to that shit. You want a McDonald's diet. People who eat vegetables on a regular basis and watch their cholesterol and drink water cannot sit up and listen to no fucking Travis Scott. But if your system is already polluted with candy and bullshit, I don't know what you got to do to be on that frequency. God awful. And let me tell you what pissed me off. I caught myself doing my research and said, okay, let me go back. Because I know I heard Sicko Mode, but I never paid attention to it. And Sicko Mode is a good song. So I started just clicking around and I'm like, no, most of this kid's music is not any good at all, or it sounds unfinished. So it's not even that he's so talented. This is a vibe. So if it's a vibe, why you can't vibe? Like, it's not even heavy metal. Like, how do you even translate what the beat is doing to this behavior? Something is really wrong with this generation. I can't get over that. Something's wrong with you, and something's wrong with this country because nobody's professional. Nobody does their job. Even with the R. Kelly and Aaliyah situation, they're like, well, we forged some documents. Like I told y'all, I don't believe either they never got married, and that story is a fucking whole cockamamie bullshit lie for who knows what reason, child. Or that girl was really 18. You're just not going to convince me that you took a 15-year-old and you held hands and y'all went down and applied for a marriage license with some fake ass, doctored ass information. And the two of you are famous and recognizable and they just slid you the paperwork. This is why their story keep changing. Because at first it was, we doctored up the made a fake birth certificate. Well, how did you illiterate stupid motherfuckers do that in 1994 with dial-up internet? Did you, R. Kelly, who can't read, and his dumbass manager who works for R. Kelly, your boss can't fucking read and you work for him, you're a dummy too. I don't give a damn that he believed he could fly. If he can't read and he your boss, you dumb. And you want me to believe that you two fucking idiots forged a birth certificate good enough to fool somebody who works for the building issuing out marriage licenses, which means she don't do nothing but look at birth certificates and examine them all day for this reason? That's literally why she's standing here, to give out marriage certificates to keep this type of shit from happening and make sure people wasn't having same-sex marriages or marrying relatives or illegals and fake that. That's what they fucked. You, R. Kelly, did not fool nobody with your technology available and intelligence and tools available to you in 1994. You didn't fucking forge no birth certificate. I said that right here on this channel. Less than a week later, that manager came back out and said, we didn't forge the birth certificate. I lied about that. We really actually, what we did was we bribed the lady inside the building. So where is she? Where is the woman that you bribed to say that Aaliyah was 18 and put a stamp and give you the marriage license? Oh, she ain't available. It's all this because it didn't happen. But let's just fucking pretend like it did. Only way any of that happens is if you have somebody completely irresponsible, not paying attention, not taking pride in their work on the job, doing something that serious. And the city is to blame. You have people that apathetic about their job in that position, they don't need to be in that post. And if you need to pay people more or offer better benefits in order to make sure that our public services are actually done properly to protect the public, right? So if the legal age of getting married is 18, then I should never be worried that my child is off getting married without my consent. Nah, oh well, they were able to do it anyway because they was able to slide a couple $100s to your underpaid state staff members. And then, so what type of repercussions were made? Because when the shit ended up all over television and the radio, you mean to tell me that the mayor and nobody who worked for that city, county, nothing was nosy enough to go find out who was the person who processed Aaliyah and R. Kelly's marriage certificate? It didn't fucking happen. Either she was 18 years old and she presented some good, actual quality documentation, or the whole shit is fake. And that's the problem with the R. Kelly situation. It's a damn kangaroo court based off of frivolous bullshit, frivolous laws that are not clearly defined and are not even clearly enforced. And people using the law to settle their own personal issues. The police and the court is not your damn therapist and not your mediator for your personal problems or to help you raise your trifling, stupid ass children who is too dumb not to know, not to let R. Kelly to fucking pee on them. I'm gonna tell you what, 15 years old is certainly smart enough not to know not to smear doo doo on your face and have some type of fucking pact with some grown ass man, and you not to know that that's disgusting and horrible enough for you to try to get help at your very next convenience. And you get an opportunity to run off and get help on a regular basis because he's never fucking there. And according basically to everybody in the staff, they wasn't paying you hoes no attention, and they wouldn't have known if you was in the house and gone and had run off and left the fuck or not. I don't believe none of you bitches because not one time did y'all say y'all all band together with some type of escape plan or plot. Now, if you want to live in a world where you don't believe a 16-year-old is smart enough to know not to have sex with a 45-year-old man, because they are. They are. Does that make it okay for him to do? No, throw his ass in jail, throw away the goddamn key. But while you're doing it, stop coddling these kids and make sure you let these little fucking hookers know you run out here doing some fast ass shit that you ain't got no business doing. You just might end up getting peed on. There are consequences to your behavior, and none of these sensitive ass pink hat wearing liberal Democrat people on TV can save you from consequences or karma. It can catch up to you at any time, so make wise choices. If somebody comes to you and says, would you like to come to my concert called Death, Death, Murder, Kill, Kill, Kill? We're going to be in there trying to cliff dive off the balcony, which he literally has stated. I got fans stage diving off the balcony. So, you know, if you buy a floor seat, you might just get landed on. This man has ran around here telling people if he don't see blood at the concert, it's not. So if you go to, y'all have to use your head for more than a fucking hat rack. Because we are literally in a war right now. It's on and popping. The aliens have invaded the country. And they are currently running, pretending to be the president, wearing a mask. Now, the only part of that might not be true is the species, but the rest of it is real shit. Some entity has taken over our country, has plummeted our economy, has shut down. We are in a fucking real war under attack. The real life Hunger Games is going down. And if you just don't give a fuck about your life like that, some people don't care. Find a noble sword to fall on. Not the Astroworld sword. That would have. And you know, when people throw around certain words like privilege and they add connotations to shit because they overuse it. But what a privilege to be so naive and ridiculous. Because when I was coming up, people would be having a cool ass party in Compton. All the homies gonna be there. Maybe even the cutest boys or whatever. Girl, we going to such and such. We going to the house party tonight. Where is it at? It's in Compton. I will see y'all tomorrow. The only house party I have ever been to in Compton was for my aunt my cousin, older cousin, when she turned 50 years old in her house. Okay. Okay. With friends and family. But as far as being at the outside, at the backyard, boogie woogie, oogie, 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 in the CPT, now the hundreds is just as bad, if not worse. And my cousin stayed over there on a 111, some shit, I don't know, something in the ghetto, child. Favorite cousin though, cool as a motherfucker. Ain't finished high school, but the smartest bitch you want to know. Okay? Come over, girl. Come over. We ain't doing that. We did it. I think I went over there first. She braid my hair or something. Going over there, since you braid my hair, she cooked like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? She got food stamps, so she got unlimited snacks. Go over to the ghetto. My cousin got some food stamps. She gonna have some potato chips. She gonna get my hair braided. I don't know who threw the party, but the neighbors got the little party going, and it started off with just a couple people. Then next thing you know, the DJ equipment came out. Next thing you know, it was a full-on gangster party. I started feeling hot, like, ooh, it's too big. It's getting as hot. I can't breathe. And it wasn't because it was so jam-packed like that. It was just, maybe it was anxiety. I don't know what to call it. I can't too many people. Too many people, we in the ghetto, and I already ain't got no business over here because I would have never voluntarily came down here to go to no gangster backyard party. I would not have did it. So I went out to my car. I went outside and I sat in my car. It took me some water to try to catch my breath and just get away from that and recalibrate and really contemplate how I'm gonna go back and get my stuff out of her house because I gotta walk through this party again to get through my shit so I can get back in my car and go home, child. Because this party is cracking. It's a good party, which means it's only a matter of time for somebody to start set tripping up in this motherfucker. It's coming. So as I'm sitting here having that thought, here go the gunshots. You understand what I'm saying? But see, I did not look around because I was already in my car. I was already in my car. I was already in my car. So when the gunshots rang out and people started running and scattering and scammering, all I did was turn on my ignition and pull it off. Because duh, we already know where this shit is about to go. So it's like in some environments, you gotta have that sense. In some environments, you have to have that type of sensibility to know when it's time to go. In some environments, you gotta just know if you gonna go, then make sure you take your gat too, in case it pop off. Okay. But then you have another class of children that don't live like that. They don't have helicopters and people running from the police and gangster parties and shots and fire sirens and shit. They don't live in an environment where they got shit popping off. And then you go put them somewhere where they need to be paying attention. These children don't know how to pay attention because they have never developed that sense before. Now, if your own peers at 17 and 18 years old gonna be out here revving y'all up to do some those stupid ass shit, jump off of shit, you know, fear factor, whatever y'all kids is into, go do dumb stuff with people your own age. Had these damn super seniors having you out here jump plummeting to your damn death. Shit. Oh, y'all in this chat clowning. Gen X spawned this hipster alternative lifestyle bullshit. I don't know what the hell wrong with these kids. Let me tell you what's wrong. Let me tell you how retarded these kids is. Y'all remember I Am Jazz on the TLC channel, the TLC? I Am Jazz, swole folk guy that the Lord had put her in the wrong body because she was not supposed to be a boy because she was supposed to be a girl. Okay? They followed this child from 6 to 18 years old when the child was old enough to have the child penis cut off and turned into a taco. I'm on Beyonce's internet earlier, minding my own damn business, and here comes a pop up. Talk about I Am Jazz overeating. I just can't. So wait a minute. I thought the only thing was wrong with you was that you had a penis. We solved that problem. This should be the end of the show. So, lo and behold, you now have another physical issue, body dysmorphia issue. You have developed an eating disorder after you had the surgery. You didn't have no eating disorder problems then. The lunacy. So here we are again. And we just gonna sit here and watch this child make nothing but horrible decisions. And this kid has a plethora of psychological issues. And y'all just gonna exploit him and put him on TV like a damn circus freak show. No, yeah, America, that's it. See, they didn't believe the fat meat was greasy. They didn't believe, they thought that it was bullshit, just like Trump ain't really the last ditch effort. They really felt like Hillary ain't really the devil. Obama it's not really that bad. They're not really trying to destroy America. Why would the government really want to poison us? Why would they really want to? Child, they do. Okay. Because it is. I mean, this is a generation of people that feel like because they don't understand some shit that make it not true. That's why it's irritating even talking to certain people in this generation. Because you don't understand it. It don't make sense. No, it makes sense. You're just too stupid to understand it. And now the level of stupidity that's running around here is causing a public safety issue for the rest of us. For real. We can sit up here all day and talk about faulty and all the lies that were being told, but the fact of the matter is nobody should have shut down their business because the news said that some lady ate a bat. And the shit then got on the airplane and the lady's still alive, but it could possibly kill your granny. So you need to go take your children and all of y'all need to go and get the shot. That is a fucking dumbass line of reasoning. And had Americans not been stupid, we would have never shut the country down to begin with. That made absolutely no sense. None. That was the time to protest and cry and complain and bitch and moan and pull out the researchers and get nope. But they said stimulus money, they started writing them checks and everybody shut the fuck up. And now we can't put the toothpaste back in the tube because all of the people who came out here and said we're stronger together, wash your hands for 60 seconds, don't want to admit that they were either duped or that they helped participate in a genocidal plot against American people, and they willfully did it. And your doctors and your nurses willfully participated in it. They willfully lied and said they were overran. They willfully lied and said they seen things they didn't see. They willfully lied and said people died of something that they didn't have. They willfully backed up the pickups for bodies, and they willfully overworked funeral homes and willfully staged a mass casualty event that was not fucking happening. And the news media willfully got on TV and repeated things that they knew were not true. And simultaneously, everybody willfully turned around and defended an organization called Black Lives Matter that has no fucking black people in it to run around and set shit on fire. Willfully. Don't forget that part too. I am so disappointed, so disgusted, and so embarrassed. And as stupid as these fucking baby boomers are, I don't even think stupid is the word. Spoiled and narcissistic as baby boomers are, that's what they are. Spoiled and narcissistic, but they wasn't that damn naive to where they would have fallen for this shit at this stage, younger. Now, since they've been sitting up, lying on their laurels and laying up all, laying on their ass in our inheritance, they had no problem with telling us to go participate in it because they don't have to get up and work in it. But if you think for 1 second that they would have skipped the Rick James concert because y'all told them somebody in China ate a bat and we stronger together, no, it wouldn't have worked. This is only working because of social media, because social media is the peer pressuring arm of this operation, where you get to include people or ostracize people based on how well they're willing to conform and participate, which is what you basically always use the school institutions for. This is where everybody clicks up and then starts behaving like a clique, and you become a cheerleader in 1995 and you're behaving and dressing and wearing your hair and acting like a cheerleader from 1977 on the whole other side of the damn country. Because they've been using the TV and using the school system to program everybody into these cliques and behavioral patterns anyway. And now you've got this generation of kids on social media without any parental guidance at all. Not only do they not have no parental guidance, the fucking parent is sitting right there. I think what we're looking at when we look at Gen Z, we're looking at what happens. It's like a computer virus. It's like they have a computer virus. It's a perfectly well-oiled, brand new machine that by all intents and purposes should be kicking ass. But it's just been overloaded and bombarded with fucking pop-ups. You know what I'm saying? Because the parents are there physically. But when it's time to explain some shit, there's a disconnect. Because how do you allow your kids to just walk around here and believe anything? Vanilla Janet. Yes, that's Vanilla Janet. Now, you swear said free Britney. Britney, take your money, okay? Go get your kids, because I'm worried about you, and I think your sons are old enough now to babysit you. This is a prime example of what the fuck I'm talking about. Imagine Britney Spears is your mama. How you gonna navigate the world? How you gonna be prepared for the real world and this flighty bitch is your mama? Now, I'm all with the free Britney because she looks like a hostage. Take this money and retire. Don't go on tour. Don't listen to these people because you and I know, Britney, that your ass is crazy. You know it and I know it. You have the mentality of a 12-year-old. You are irresponsible. You are immature. And when left to your own devices, you are a fuck up. Now, I remember, okay? With that being said, if you want to blow your money, you get to blow your money. It's yours. They don't get to hook you up to some type of machine and force you to perform like a slave so that they can blow your money. If anybody's going to blow Britney Spears' money, it should be Britney. But I swear to God, Britney, take this money and go blow it in Montana. Do not get to running around Hollywood with Paris Hilton, because I see what you bitches is trying to form together like Voltron again and bring the old band back together. The Rat Pack is forming, and I'm watching it. Paris and Kim, they made up. And something about aging, this new generation of 40 is not the 40 when we was kids. When we was kids, the women turned 40, their career in the music industry, entertainment industry was over with. You were a legacy act, pack it up, go to Vegas, if that. If that. 40 is the new 20. Kim Kardashian is single. out here on the prowl. I have no idea why y'all acting like for 1 second that Kim and Pete Davidson do not deserve each other. Kim is being used up. She has been ran through. She has been married 3 times. She has 4 children. Okay, so Kim days of getting the most eligible first round draft pick is fucking over with. Pete Davidson, that is where you are on the chart. Your last husband was fucking crazy in a mental institution. Okay, so Pete Davidson, this is the natural progression. I don't understand that people like Pete Davidson. That doesn't make it does make yes it does. You're a porn star working on her third divorce with 4 Black children. Pete Davidson is the natural progression of things. Okay? Just like Kourtney Kardashian. You have 4 children. How many Kourtney got? Three or four? I can't keep up. You have never been married. You is a baby's mother. You got all these kids. You is a baby's mother. Travis Barker is the natural progression. Okay? You a baby mother, he a baby daddy. Y'all gonna have a toxic blended family with all them dysfunctional ass fucking kids. And that shit needs to be a TV show. Because I know them kids is dysfunctional. Calling that witchcraft. These clowns get too much power playing God is why they have epic meltdowns. Crying wolf is, thank you for saying that. That's what it is. It's crying wolf. Y'all go to these concerts every day and see, I'm watching them more intently, I think, than their own parents, quite obviously. So I see the 9,000 other concerts y'all have went and jumped off shit where nobody fucking died, where y'all rushed the stage and did crazy shit and nobody didn't die. You understand what I'm saying? And so now this time it's too far. It's been too fucking far. And the music industry is using these Black artists because now if somebody say, Travis Scott, you can't perform here, it's racism and they're trying to bring the Black man down. When his audience ain't Black and his family is not Black. So all that money is going to Tiger's baby. All that money from the Astroworld is going to Tiger's baby. That's it. It's not going to help to build the Black community. It's not none of that shit. There is no reason you should be giving him a permit, and he's not the only one. I would love to blame him. I don't like this kid, but how can I blame him when he looked to? I wouldn't let Travis Scott borrow my fucking car. I might let him run down to the street real quick through the drive-through and come right back. But I would not let Travis Scott keep my car for 7 days and expect to get it back without a dent in it. He's far too immature. How do we know he's immature? He's with Kylie. See, y'all ain't watched it. This the girl that was letting her Dobermans shit on her kitchen floor. And didn't want to clean it up. Didn't clean it, stepped over it. Shit, I'll be watching these nasty hookers. I love watching these little reality shows and seeing how these people live and then how they turn around and try to act like they have the moral authority or they know anything. And they're trifling as hell. What's up, Brian? Travis audience is kind of weirdo emo. I mean, it's some weird music that is good, like Dido. Dido's music is strange. I'm not going to a Dido concert. It's just not but it's good music. It's just not my favorite genre. So I can appreciate it every once in a while. You know what I mean? But I'm sure she has diehard fans that I can understand. I understand why you're a Dido fan. Like the Kylie Minogue people. I get why you're a Kylie Minogue fan, man. I get it. It's not my thing. But I can't sit here and be like, that lady, it doesn't have magnetism. She's not talented. You know what I mean? Of my favorite vocal powerhouse voices, Celine Dion is not my favorite. It's not because she can't sing. It's just she's so classy. It's boring. You know what I mean? I like a messy bitch. But that doesn't mean I don't understand why people don't really fucking love Celine Dion. They have a refined, mature musical palette. I get it. This Travis Scott shit, I ain't got. I see. I ain't got it. Like, so if you're a Travis Scott fan, like, we need to hear from you. Where's the link? Not even trying to be funny. Tell me what Travis Scott songs made you a fan and which ones do we need to listen to? Which ones do we need to listen to? Why are you a fan of Travis Scott? Who the fuck is a fan of Travis? I need to know. Get Travis Scott to deliver my AliExpress order. Everything is delayed except that corrupt agenda. Well, actually, the corrupt agenda is a delay too, because as we discussed, Darth Vader or whoever that is under that Joe Biden mask does not have the authority, and neither does OSHA, to mandate you to get a motherfucking shot for some shit that ain't even that ain't no okay. And you know I gotta talk like that because I already got a strike. You know what I'm saying? So ooh ooh chang chang walla walla bing bang. You know what I'm saying? I saw the witch doctor. He told me what to do. I mean, is that not more, is there a more appropriate song? I'll never forget like people acted like Darth Vader persona. Exactly. The graphene oxide in the V combined with sound frequencies create zombie-like state of mind. I believe that, Jazz. I believe that. What's up, Marco? How the hell you just stop a festival like that anyway? Do you think you would have told them zombies to stop the music and go home, that they were going to respond to that positively? You think they were going to positively, nicely walk back to their cars? They would have fucking rioted and went up anyway. Because they is. Envy said they ain't ready for these conversations about holding individuals accountable. Parents mad because they were 17, 18 plus and wanted to secure their own bags. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that R. Kelly situation is just ridiculous. If you catch him sleeping with an underage girl, then cart his ass off to jail. Problem is that the law states that you can hook up with underage people if you got the parents' damn permission. And if the parent drop you off and sign you over as a legal guardian, one might be able to construe that as permission. The laws ain't changed. We talked about this before, how a lot of our grandmothers got pregnant or got married as teenagers to men who were 10 years older than them, 15 years older than them. This is the same country. And it wasn't that long ago, like how you feel like it was that long ago because you ain't been on the planet that long. It wasn't that long ago. It was commonplace, and it's commonplace on the planet for older men to run off with young women and do all sorts of things. It's not that I condone it or have an opinion about it one way or another. That's the way the shit was when I got here. I know it, R. Kelly know it, and them girls' parents know it. And so it's not that R. Kelly shouldn't be held responsible, but why the fuck am I being held responsible? Why are we, John Q. Public, held on trial, whether or not we gonna still listen to his music? Well, you need to stop listening to his music, and you need to, You need to call up his record label and ask them why they kept paying him and kept his ass signed and taken care of if all of this was going on, and hold them and the venues that allow him to pull teenage girls backstage. Call them first and badger them about their behavior and see what other type of skullduggery they up to, and then circle back. Stop starting with the spectator. Shit. Stop starting here. Schmeckel. What's
Hi,
up,
Kiki.
Schmeckel?
I'm good,
Hey.
thanks. How are you?
Are you I'm excellent. Are you a Travis Scott fan?
No. Hell no.
Is 61 people listening and not one person can admit to being a Travis Scott fan?
No, but I've been all over the conspiracy theories about it.
Okay, what you think?
It was all a big ritual.
Okay.
What do you think? Have you talked about it yet?
Yeah. You just got on here?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I mean let's just play well devil's advocate, pun intended, okay? And say it wasn't a ritual designed to kill, but to, at the very least, he wants to create allure and mystique because he's moderately talented at best. So he's got to make it interesting some kind of way, and he doesn't have like a booty like Nicki Minaj or something. So let's play up the whole devil worshiper thing because the kids are into that these days. I mean, he's 30 years old. He can't be fucking serious
Yeah.
with this Ferris wheel theme he's got going on. It ain't for him. It's for the kids he's trying to attract.
He's like a modern day Pied Piper.
Oh, I was gonna say Michael Jackson's. Well, I mean, but whatever. Whenever I see a grown man with a Ferris wheel, I know he's up to no good. I don't
Yeah.
understand why that's not a hint.
Did you? So you were talking about the Jazz Jennings creature that's obese now.
What's up? Hold on, real quick. We had a Kashara also. What's up, Kashara?
Hello.
Hi, you
Hello.
never call in. What's up?
So, I'm not a Travis Scott fan, but
Okay.
there are 4 Travis Scott songs that I used to listen to.
Okay. What are
Okay. So, one is Goosebumps.
they?
It
I get those
features,
goosebumps every time.
yes,
That one.
that
Okay.
one. But the thing I thought about, I'm like, all 4 songs that I listened to by him are all they feature someone else too. So that one, you said Sicko Mode. SZA, you know the song he has with SZA. What is that?
No. What song is that?
SZA. Love, as long as we got love. Let me think. Oh dang, I might have to Google it. I can't remember the name. Let me see. But he has one. Yeah, that one.
He's
Kiki's
on
been
that.
drinking.
No, I have not been drinking. I just don't feel like singing a song. He ain't. That's wait. That's what the song sounds like too. Don't do
Okay.
me. That's
So
how I
he's
go.
on there with SZA. I like that song. I mean, that's SZA song, but I like that with him on it. And then the other one is a Trippie Redd song called Dark Knight Dummo, but it has Travis Scott on there. I like that one.
Dark
I mean,
Knight Dumbo.
yes.
And I bet you they don't say that now one time in that song.
No. They don't.
So what do y'all think? You think it's a ritual? You think it's an accident? What do you think?
And I'll say this about me. Like my son is 22. So I think he put me on the Goosebumps. That's how I kind of got introduced to Travis Scott. So I keep up with the music just, because I want to know what my son is on and all that. So I wanted to say this too. Do you know DDG? He's a YouTuber that's now a rapper.
No.
Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, let me see. So DDG,
I mean, maybe if I saw him, I would.
You probably would. Yeah, like I said, I know because I have, my son. So anyway,
Okay. Okay.
so yeah, he's like probably around 22 as well, and he just kind of blew up in the rap scene. So when he was kind of coming up, I took my nephew. This was like a couple of years ago, like right before COVID hit. I took my nephew to a DDG concert because I was like, oh, he's still coming up. This should be a cool little chill concert. My nephew was like, I want to say 12 or 13 at the time. And so I was like, this would be something chill for him to go to. The music, he didn't have too much explicit stuff in it or whatever at that time. So I took my nephew, and it was a small group. So what I want to tell you, music is concerts are different now. So when you're saying like, especially us, our race, we don't do all that kind of raging and crazy stuff, but they do that now. So
They
I
doing
went
it
to the
now. Now
yeah,
what?
they do that now. It's
Now are
changed.
these kids? Is this a suburban black kid thing, or is this is just what they are?
It's what they all. It's a mix. Cause you know what I think about too. Think about Chief Keef. Although that's like drill, it's still kind of got that. If you go to one of their concerts, you'll see it's like a rage kind of vibe, even in that drill music. So it's just like they on a total. I was kind of tripping. So me and my nephew, we get there early, and we're kind of. It's the same thing that they're describing at the Travis Scott concert. That's the same thing that happened to me and my nephew at the DDG concert. So we're kind of at the front. It's a lot of kids there, kind of like the same age as the ones at Travis Scott, like young kids, young adults, mostly teenagers. So we kind of get to the front and we're like, okay, we'll just get up here and pose until DDG came out, and then they all started like rushing up there to the front. And like I said, we were in the front, so me and him were getting squished. I'm only 5 foot tall. I'm tiny, and I'm 105 pounds. So
So it was all bad.
right. So I'm up there getting I'm trying to protect him, but I'm little. We getting squished. But the first thing I was like, damn. Now I'm about to cuss a little bit. I'm like, damn, these
Go ahead.
niggas, they act like little bitches. I'm like, I never seen dudes, because like
Mm.
when we were growing up, dudes didn't rush after dudes. They were worse than the females. I was like, they were up there on the stage, trying to get to the stage like some little groupies, and it kind of messed my head up. But what I peeped, I'm like, it's just a total different energy. Like how they were saying, it's like they're all on. I hate to say this word because it's something you use in church, but like on one accord. It's
Mm-hmm.
it's weird. And but yeah, I remember. So when I'm looking at this and I hear people give commentary, if you haven't been to one of these new little rappers concerts, you'll see it's different now. It's not the way
That's
it
why
was.
we're like it's just this generation has a whole nother vibe they on.
Right, right.
I went to a club in I think I was in Georgia somewhere, and they got to playing some crunk music. And I'm telling you, that place got to shaking. I was like, I know a fight finna bust out. Cause it was one of them punch that nigga, no
Mm-hmm.
punch that trick, go punch that. Look, it's my cue.
Right.
Girl, this ain't what I want. You know what I'm saying? To be in the middle of, but even still, they wasn't touching each other. Some kind of way they was crunking their own little individual
Right.
space.
It's different because that makes me think about, you remember like Boosie back in the day when he set it off
Right.
and everybody, something probably about to pop up, but no, nobody was on top of each other.
It's a personal issue or somebody that stepped on somebody's shoe and got
Right,
into it. It's
right.
not just like the whole crowd is just on
Yeah.
a zombie mode.
Right. Girl, the little boys, the little 17, 18, they sitting up, groping me. I'm like, I'm getting molested in the crowd. It was wow. And it's nothing you can do, like how you
They
heard
don't
them
have no home
describe it.
training.
You can't get them off you, and like you said, you got to move and sequence with the group. So once we got squashed up there, we couldn't leave. We were stuck, and this was just DDG. Like I said, he just on the come up. So I'm like, I can only imagine being at Travis Scott, because I thought it was going to be innocent, but now I'm like, oh, I know what they're talking about.
So
I
look at the
experienced it on
greed
a.
of these. Look at the greed of these venues because now this event here, this not 50,000 people. We talking about how many people would you say?
No, it was a few hundred. Like,
And with a few hundred, with that type of music, I expect you to have a smaller, more intimate crowd. It used to be like an underground type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a mainstream thing. That's not something you take. So it's just like if y'all want to get together and get a little small venue, the cafe down the street want to let y'all come down there and turn up, then that's one thing. But why would a venue of that size allow you to bring that shit over there?
Right. Girl, he had the mosh pit and everything in there. Like he ran, he jumped on everybody. I was like, oh Lord, what did I get myself into? But like I said, it's just a different energy that they have now. I don't even know how to really describe it. I was just like, they're all on one accord. They're like,
It's crazy how the generation changed and just like overnight.
mm-hmm.
It's just a whole new work. Because I remember when my stepmother gave me the Little Kim CD, and she was like, her name Little Kim. I figured it was a kid. Like she is a kid. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Don't lift that parental advisory sticker. It's nothing other than. And
Yeah.
I ran to my ran to my room with my headphones. You know what I mean? And it's just like overnight, you be in that next generation, like, oh, look at these little kids. No, these is not little kids. Generation change and just like overnight. Uh-oh, I can hear myself. And Schmeckle said he talking to his family, but he's up here too. Sounds like a mosh pit. Mosh pits in hell, and they could dive in them holes solo. Mosh pits have etiquette, pick people up if they fall. I mean, because it's a underground type of thing. I mean, and heavy metal music used to be um, about being against the system. You know, against the going against the grain and going against the system. It's something very mainstream and conforming about their rage. And I think that's what's irritating me about the new generation's rage is their rage is at the counterculture. Their rage is not towards the machine. They are participating in the machine and raging against the people that it's just it's exhausting is the word I'm looking for. It's exhausting. Okay, we lost Kashara. I'm gonna put the link in here if you want to come back. Thank you very much for giving us some insight and some Travis Scott songs. If y'all want to look up the good ones and see what the hype is about, because this kid has about 40 something million followers on Instagram. I think about 15 something million on YouTube, and he has this huge fan base. So, I mean, we expect this kind of behavior, I think, from the underground. But when you're a huge mainstream artist, you know, like they say, too much is given, much is required. And a 30-year-old man who's been making music since MySpace has been around, should be mature enough to attract and to create a different type of crowd atmosphere. And like I was saying before, oh wait, hey Kashara.
Okay, I'm back. My
And
sound went out.
how old is this DDG kid?
So DDG, I want to say he's 22.
And see, that's my other issue with Travis Scott. You too old for this shit. I expect the kids to get in trouble with each other. But you can't be 30 and throw a party for 20-year-olds and everybody get busted by the cops drinking and people end up dead. Like,
right.
this is just so irresponsible. And it's so exhausting. And I just feel like I'm being assaulted with stupidity every day.
Yeah, I didn't know he was that old until all this came out. I was like, he that old?
Because I thought he was younger because he's with Kylie.
Yeah.
But then I remember Kylie like old men. She like him old.
Yeah.
She like him too old for her.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and my husband was like, I asked him why does everybody like him? He was like, I don't know. I think he like saved somebody's life or something. Like people just love Travis Scott. And I'm like, is it because he's raising Tiger's baby? Do you think that's why people love Travis Scott?
That I don't know.
Do that baby look like
But-
Tiger to you, or did that baby look like Travis Scott to you?
I did think the baby looked like Tiger when I first saw the baby. I really did
Okay.
think that. I thought I was tripping.
No, you ain't tripping. I've been eyeballing babies since the 80s. That baby don't look like Travis Scott. That baby look like Tiger.
hmm Something else I was gonna tell you when I was saying like, it's like they're on this frequency. So something, because I see things really spiritual. So the way
Okay.
I talk, it might sound a little different. So
Break it down.
okay, so you remember how Rihanna fans, they're always like, when you putting out new music, when you putting out new music.
Right.
And like I said, I keep up with some of the newer artists because I try to see what my son is on or whatever. And like when XXX was living, Tentacion or whatever, when he was alive, it's like I noticed like this new shift. They have this almost spiritual connection to these people to the point to where when they ask you for the music, it's like I've seen them say we need to be fed. And it makes me, like I said, I think about like church and things like that. Because when you go to church and you get the word, that's your food.
Right.
So it's like some kind of way this music is now that to them. So they have this connection to these people that's really like spiritual. It's hopefully that makes sense.
It makes a ton of sense. That's what they've always been trying to do in the first place, is harness the energy and the praise for God for themselves so they can create their energy of what they want. And they need the population to be low vibrational, greedy, materialistic, bored, mentally unstable, because you would have to be in order to listen to this shit, because it's terrible.
Right.
It's terrible. So that's what all the witchcraft is about. They've got to drag everybody to hell and to depression, because you would have to be. And it's just like, also too, these artists, like when I first saw XXX Tentacion, and I saw them on DJ Academics on his platform. Since the minute he started putting out videos, I knew this kid was on to something special, because he was covering something that was popular subculture being talked about amongst a lot, Twitter or whatever, but it was not being talked about by the mainstream. And he created a niche for himself. So I was watching it for that. I knew that was important, So when I first started seeing XXX Tentacion and Juice World and some of these other kids, or the Chicago guys, or whatever the case it is, and I first started seeing them, I expected their music to be murder, murder, kill, kill, vibe, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But half the time you turn it on and it sound like they crying to their mama. It sound like a sad letter. Their girlfriend left them. They so depressed. It's so hard out here. They don't know if they want to live. This boy put out an album called Sad. I said, what is it?
Yeah, I listened to that. I listened to that too.
What are you so sad about?
But so with XXX, what he was able to do, I think I saw an interview he did, and he basically said he found out a way to like distort beats, and some kind of way with him distorting that beat and that frequency, it's like it taps into you almost like your root chakra or something. So he was the first one that kind of was able to make that distorted beat sound kind of go mainstream, I guess you could say.
It's all frequency. Everything is frequency, and I think it's 330 megahertz. Somebody knows what's the megahertz, y'all? I know somebody knows.
I want to say actually in my notes because I was looking at it the other day. Let me find.
Yeah, pull it up.
Okay.
Because you have certain frequencies that are healing and that are positive, and then you have some that are low vibrational and negative. And they've done different experiments.
432 hertz of frequency and above is what you need in music to channel, and also to make it unbalanced. So 432 hertz of frequency and above.
432.
Yeah, and I just learned that the other day. Because they were saying you can channel through that beat. I was like, oh, Lord.
And I'm telling you, I would sit in the music studio with rap artists, and it would be Indian shamans and these
Mm,
little witchy ass little broads behind, and then these people be so quacky that I be like, "You not serious?" You know what I'm saying?
right.
To the point where not even so much spooky because they're so whacked out. I'm like, are you serious? You taking this guy serious? This guy? Like they look homeless. You letting this homeless person come in off the street and convince you that they got some magical powers? You know what I'm saying? But like, yes. Because that's how desperate they are to get these album sales. That they are desperate to try anything. And I mean, it's out of control. But they really are doing witchcraft over this music. But I mean, it's kind of funny because it's like, it's so pitiful. But at the same time, I guess it's working. So, as a parent, do you feel like it's hard to combat this? Like, have you had this conversation with your son about, look, they're doing something demonic with the frequency, they trying to brainwash people, etc. Have you had that conversation, and what impact do you think that has on his music choices? Hey, I got you up here twice now, Kashara. I don't know what's going on.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Oh yeah. So I talked to my son about it. I've been telling my son about this stuff probably since he was like 14. Shoot, probably younger than that, like 12, no, 14-ish. So my son he's very aware, and he knows better. Basically, he's not like a lot of people. When they meet my son, he doesn't even act like these kids that you see running around here. He's
Right.
literally almost just like me. So
Good.
girl, yeah, thank God he's so he takes in the information. At the same time, I don't beat him up with it, but I make him
Right.
aware. And we just, and I keep a real close relationship with him. That's why he can come to me and tell me, like, what he's listening to and things of that nature. But I'll make sure I'll go listen to it and be like, hey, well, this part right here, you need, make sure you don't do this. And even today I had to correct him and say, he said something today to me. He's like, oh, you killing me. I'm like, you can't talk like that. I said, you got to watch
Right.
the power of your tongue and things of that nature. So far so good. He's not really
Good.
on their kind of frequency, but at the same time he'll listen to some of the music here and there. But he's just like me. He don't let it consume him. It don't get into him or anything like that.
Good. So obviously it's helping that you have that conversation. So that lets me know too that further leads to my suspicion that they're not having these conversations.
Right. You can tell. You can tell. Like my son would have went out there and saw all that stuff, and he would have knew what everything represented.
And he
'Cause
would have known what
I
it
have these
was.
conversations at home, so he'd be like, "Oh no, we're gonna have to get up out of here."
Because these kids sounded too shocked.
Right.
They're
Right.
too,
But
and they kept saying you should be able to go to a concert and not have this going on. You should be able, and I'm like, now this kid right here did not falsely advertise.
he sure didn't.
So, uh, no, you shouldn't. Like, there's an expectation that you can just do anything, and there shouldn't be any negative consequences.
Right.
And then also too, these kids have an unhealthy trust in authority, which is so strange to me. They see people in a uniform and they see these professional grown-ups and think that these people are professional kids. These people is on drugs. Don't listen to these grown-ups. They are unprofessional. They don't take pride in what they're doing. A lot of them is high. They are unprofessional. They are stressed out. They are not paying attention to detail. You cannot just see somebody grown up and let them tell you, I'm a doctor, I'm a policeman, I don't care who you have to give everybody the side eye until they prove or show that they are trustworthy. You can't
Right.
just be handing out credibility. And that's certainly, I think, what a lot of these kids don't understand. Like, they really felt like, what? A whole bunch of kids went to go see Travis Scott, not a jazz festival or something where people go and behave like civilized human beings. It's not like there was a stampede because something happened. Somebody pulled out a gun or something. There was a stampede. This is y'all every weekend practice.
Yeah, you know what I kind of think it is too. Because like I said, I listen to a little Trippie Redd. I used to listen to a little X. So I listen to some of these guys a little bit, not too much. But anyway, when I look at their videos and things they're so like it's like things, when we were coming up, things were more covert. This stuff is so in your face. I personally think that the kids, because they've been doing it and they like, okay, like let's just say Trippie Redd, for example. Here's a song called Topanga. Man, I mean, it's so demonic. It's just like when I see the Travis Scott little Astro, it's so when you see it, you should know what it is anyway, if you don't. But what I think it is because these kids have, like, when we were growing up, we were spooked. It's like, oh, don't play with that, or this is gonna happen to you. They didn't have that. So they just see all these guys parading all this stuff and getting all these riches. And I think they thought there's no consequences to this. Like, we can do all this demonic stuff and it's nothing. It don't really
because they don't know God or church at all. They don't know the opposite.
There you go. That's what I was
so
trying
they
to
don't
say.
have a fear.
Right. They don't. That's it. They don't have a fear of the Lord. And so I think now, but after, like that first guy that kind of came out and put his video out after the I keep saying Trippie Redd, after the Travis Scott Astroworld Festival, and he was saying, like, I do music, and he's like, God spoke to me and told me not to. I've seen a lot of them little kids that now they know this demonic stuff not a game. Like, yeah, I know y'all see them playing with all this stuff and y'all think but now they know it's not a game. Cause I do a lot talking to like the youth because I'm kind of like, I'm like an older person, not real old. I'm 41, but I kind of have this, kind of like a swag to where kids talk to me. Not like on the Travis Scott stuff though, not like that. But
you sound younger.
So I try to talk to them and I noticed that their parents are not, they not teaching them. Like,
so what are they doing?
Girl, they on look, don't get mad. Don't get mad, Kiki. They on TikTok making their videos and they not spending that time.
The mamas is on the mamas?
Or the mamas and the daddies.
Well, look. I thought that was the whole reason that a parent would get on TikTok, because so that you can interact with your kid and you have an excuse to see what they're doing and not being like all a narc, like being a narc about it.
You would think, but they get on there and I feel like they worse than the kids.
A lot of them are.
I have a big brother, and my big brother is 40, 46, 47. Girl, I feel like social media has just taken his mind away. All he care about is life.
Really?
Yes. And I'm like, and I look at my 22-year-old son, and my son is barely even on there. I'm like, it's something too where I think some of the people like my generation. Well, I'm a little older.
No, you're a millennial. Yeah, but you're still a millennial, 41.
Okay, I don't even know. I'm like, I'm right in the middle somewhere on that.
You're a millennial. That Gen X, they're 50 now. They 50, 55. That Snoop Dogg and all of them. They kids.
My brother is okay. So my brother is like,
he's Gen X. He's older than you.
47, something like that, or 48. He might be. Anyway, this dude is so lost, girl, on TikTok. Girl, I took him to church with me. He was in there making all these videos. He wasn't even. I was like, he is worse.
He worse than the teenagers.
My son said something to me. He's like Uncle Terry on his phone the whole time. I was like, "What? You sure he wasn't listening?" So the sermon, he's like, "No, I saw him. He was looking at videos." But anyway, I said all that. I'm starting to wonder about that generation. I don't think they were built for this new little digital.
They not clicked in. They
analog or something, and they mind can't. And when they do try to get on, it's like they get lost. Or
you know what? You ain't lying, because when they got on Facebook, that's when the world went to hell. They got on Facebook and acted a fool immediately. Yes. Facebook was boring until Gen X got on there and immediately started using it for shit we had never thought about using it for, like being in other people's business. And then taught their parents how to use it. So now Granny in here says
yes. So I think, because I look at, like I said, I look at my son and his little friends, their parents, and they are not raising these kids. That's what I
They
can
not.
tell you. They are
They
not.
not.
I'm like,
They
damn, I'm the
not.
only one that's actually training up my child in the way he should go. I don't see these other parents doing it.
They not. And
So,
and there's consequences to that.
mm-hmm. And
And
that's
so
why that happened.
and that's why it's happening.
Mm-hmm. And then
That's
think
why it's
about think
happening.
about the little boy, the one that's in the hospital right now in the coma. I think he's 10, or the induced coma. He went there with his daddy. So, and if you
Mm.
see his daddy, you'll see what I'm talking about. I'm like, that's these parents.
Because
That's what
on
we
one
have now.
hand, the fact that you cool enough to take your kid to a concert like that, at least the first time, now you know what it is. To inform yourself enough to know you can't do that with Travis Scott. That's too much.
When the daddy got there, you would have thought he would have, before they walked through his mouth.
Okay, y'all.
Like, yeah,
This is
nah.
what. First of all, there's a channel on YouTube that is it Jessica What's the child name now? It's Gossip Girl. It started off Jacob
Oh,
Kohinoor.
yeah, Gossip Girl XOXO.
And this kid is really a bright kid, but the fact that she has chosen this middle-aged voice, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's not. She is young, and the voice that she is using is like
Yeah.
it's like an old lady in the church. What's going on in the church? God. And so it's so hard to get through now. It's too much. It's too much. Okay. But that kid had me cracking up, playing different clips. And so this girl was talking about how she signed up to work the concert. This is when I just said, this is ridiculous. She said she showed up and they took her and her people out the line because they said they was small. So they wanted the smaller people to work less hours. And they gave everybody a vest. And she said the guy who was in charge was supposed to be showing her what to do. But he was just flirting with girls.
Oh, Lord.
She said, once the concert started, I'm sorry, I can't get through this. I can't do it. Oh my God. She said when the concert started, people started taking their vests off and started doing coke and enjoying the concert.
Mm-hmm.
She said you didn't know who was security and who wasn't. And then I think the best part was the kid that was talking about how him and his uncle signed up because he was gonna pay him $17 an hour via Cash App, and they still ain't got paid. I'm like,
yeah.
Y'all Cash App people their paycheck. I don't have time for this.
Mm-mm.
This is ghetto. So why City of Houston? What do you think about that? What do you think about sorry, hold on. Cayenne, we added Cayenne to the chat. You can jump in too, sir. But
I would say, and I live in Dallas.
What's up? Kashara never calls in, so I'm really excited to talk to her. Okay, we have so much to catch up on, fellas. Y'all gonna have to let the lady get her time. Look.
Yeah,
you in Dallas?
Yeah,
okay.
I live in Dallas. And actually, oh gosh, this guy I was dating asked me to move to Houston.
Mm-hmm.
You asked me what do I think about Houston?
What do you think about the city giving a permit to Travis Scott, who encourages his fans to stage dive from the balcony?
There's some whole other stuff going on with that too. So it has to be, from what I'm hearing, it has to be way more than 9 people dead.
Mm-hmm.
The way the sheriff, because like I said, I'm in Dallas, so when they go live on YouTube or whatever in Houston, I get all the alerts here in Dallas as well. The sheriff, just the way he's talking about, it seems like a whole cover up. It seems like to me that they are really shaken by what they saw, and they don't want to tell the public because, like I said, it was very spiritual what happened that day, and they don't want to really say it. I think it also has to do with these vaccinations. I think that played a big part. I think it's a whole lot of cover up going on.
I think that it's cover up going on because ultimately the city is responsible, And the city doesn't want everybody to know how bad it is, so they can continue to blame it on Travis Scott. And I think that everybody's willing to scapegoat the police because that would be the easiest thing to do. But our tax dollars do not go to the city so that they can police rap concerts.
Right.
So your rap concert has to come out of his pocket and has to pay the city and the police department whatever their fees are. You know what I'm saying? And your staff is supposed to be maintaining some type of order and decorum to stop or at least mitigate crime. The cops ain't supposed to be checking tickets and searching people and all. That's below their pay grade. So I don't believe it's the police fault, and I believe that this is a situation where they have elected or appointed a black man in this position so that he can be the fall guy whenever shit hits the fan.
Yes.
And whenever, especially because we know that a black person too, this is a black artist, regardless to what the audience was, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so here is this black guy who is responsible, and everybody's like, well, and the police weren't doing anything. And I mean, were the police supposed to stop the concert?
No.
And they have tried to stop concerts before, and that has never worked. All it does is create a bunch of drama and mayhem because the artist is running through trap doors. The venue is helping the artist get out, and cops end up getting hurt and wasting time and energy and resources. This has happened over and over again. If they stop the concert, you people paid all this money. Y'all already raging anyway. Now you got a reason to rage. What were they going? They were going to calmly walk back to their cars like Disneyland after the fireworks. No,
right.
It was all bad from the very moment that they walked through.
Did you see the people sleeping outside like the day before?
Where is your parents at?
Girl, they were sleeping. Girl, I saw footage of the people sleeping outside. Like, you know how people line up for iPhones? Damn near like that, but twice as long. They were laying on the ground. It looked like a whole group of homeless people. I was like,
they're homeless. They probably are. Look at the economy.
Yeah. Girl, they were laid out. And then when they got up and the next day and went in there, it was like it was just trash. It was a mess. And a lot of that stuff they're not showing too. Like I've just been seeing it in my little underground ways that I find info. But
oh well, make sure you send it to me.
Yeah, I need to send you this.
I want to see it. Yeah, send it to me. Because YouTube likes to censor, and now they've got it the way they want it, where they can censor everything. Cayenne, do you want to jump in on this on this A$AP Rocky concert?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. I just so when I saw that this shit went down, the first thing that popped in my head is like Latin gangs. Because like it's Houston. I mean, I'm living in Louisiana now. It's like overran with like Latin people from like all over. And it's like when I heard that they were injecting, people are talking about like all the deaths and the stampedes and like that, but nobody's talking about the fact that people were injected with fentanyl. It's like,
and I heard there was fentanyl patches,
right,
being placed on people's skin.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it seemed I like what you were saying earlier about like maybe this is like like these artists are like drug running or whatever, and it seems like some sort of like rival gang stuff because people don't panic over mosh pits. That just doesn't happen. People are panicking because people were on the ground dying and having seizures. Like that doesn't happen just
and being trampled over.
Yeah, no. It sounds like somebody didn't pay their Illuminati bill and they got touched.
Well, no, good point. Two things. First of all, one kid made a good observation saying that because Travis Scott is just in this weird genre of hip hop / whatever the hell that is, you got people who are familiar with the mosh culture and you got people who are not. So people who are just genuinely, like a couple songs on the radio and see a carnival wheel and want to go to that concert don't know what the general mosh situation is. And they are the ones who kind of made it more chaotic, whatever. The other thing I was going to say, though, about that Illuminati bill that nobody don't like to pay is I think that the situation with him, R. Kelly, and all of them are being extorted by the people that are working for them, by their management, their agent, their promoters, the record label, everybody they're doing business with. They take the artist, they give them an advance, they sign a contract saying, sell X amount so you can make X amount and make good on that money. But the contracts that they are giving them is like 6 albums, whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Just because you hot enough to sell 1 album or 2, who has 6 hot albums? Hardly anybody. Hardly anybody. So if they keep you in the news with drama, for one, that's going to prolong your life as an artist. That's your shelf life. But also, two, if they making backdoor deals with your insurance companies, your agents, your record label is in bed with the people that are promoting, is in bed with the city, is in bed with the people that are insuring the event, they could do a big ass Titanic scam right there. And Travis Scott is the whole derelict that don't know what's going on, like what they doing to R. Kelly dumbass. The parents are literally dropping their children off and laying them butt naked in R. Kelly's bed, and he don't know why he's sitting in prison. It's literally the people who are surrounding these folks. And I think Britney Spears is a situation where it's painfully obvious that that's what they do with these artists. While they're busy on stage, not looking, hiring people to take care of them, these people see that you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm not trying to walk away with just a few $100,000 or a few thousand. I want to see how much, I want to get as much of it as possible. And if I do some backdoor deals and see when the Karen Civil scam thing was being discussed, this is what WAC 100 was trying to explain to them kids on the Clubhouse. Okay. But like Gene Deal said, some of these kids so damn dumb, the more you try to teach them, the dumber they make you look. He kept trying to explain to them, if you are young and you don't know no better and you just running around here paying for stuff and paying people and hiring people and going into deals with people and allowing anybody to manage you, these people will get together and they will create an opportunity for both of them to get paid at your expense. And nobody gives a damn if that means casualty to your audience, to you, to your lifestyle, how much it's going to cost you. These people do not care about none of that. And the very same people, and I happen to think based on the information presented that Karen Civil might be one of these people that are always some kind of way around when people like Juice WRLD and Mac Miller and them meet their demise or some other funny shit is going on. It's the same individuals, like the real human people that work for Live Nation.
Right. Yep. Have you ever heard of, I think his name was Steve Quayle? He used to talk about star whackers.
Yes.
Yeah. Like you said, it's not a coincidence. Some of these same people are around when everybody dies.
The same people, them Olsen twins.
Mm-hmm.
You know, certain people just always around when something funny style is going down.
Right. And he had to flee to Canada to get away from them. I think he's still on the run from them.
Yep. So then they say, okay, well, fine, we ain't gonna kill you. We'll just sit here because we're not gonna get no money off your next album. And we're not gonna get no money off your next album, R. Kelly, not because you don't have a fan base, but because we have been falsely manipulating numbers for people like Travis Scott for so fucking long that when we don't do it for you, your album is going to be a flop in comparison to everything else that's out. It's not going to make a sound. Especially because your audience is too old to sit on social media all day and talk about your music.
Oh, girl, you just made me. Do you remember when Nicki Minaj dropped that Queen album?
Come on now.
She exposed him then. She was like, my album was really number one, but he was doing something with the t-shirts, some merchandise or something like that, and counting it as his. Yep. Oh, damn.
Travis Scott. And guess what? Nicki Minaj was a super bass, just went diamond.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And ain't nobody talking about her going diamond because everybody talking about who?
Travis Scott.
Again.
Yeah, because I remember DJ Academics was on that too. He was talking about the Nicki Minaj and Travis Scott thing. And I think that's when 6ix9ine had put out something too.
And see, Travis Scott is an industry plant, which is why it's very important what his former manager was saying about him, that he's only saying because he had a seizure in the studio and Travis Scott apparently left him for dead. So now he want to come out and tell everybody nobody was checking for him, and I'm the computer nerd that made it appear that this kid was more important and talented than what he was. That means that Travis Scott is indebted to everybody who held that secret and created the monster.
Mm-hmm.
He owes a debt to all of these people, and they gonna get it one way or another. They don't have that. All you gotta do is insure the Titanic and then crash it. That's all you gotta do. You gotta tell the Titanic nothing. They don't have to tell Travis Scott anything. You know, if it's up to you and you could do your festival and your wildest imagination, what would you like to have? And then this 30-year-old with the mentality of a child, he literally talks to Kylie Jenner all day. You know how dumb that you got to be to sit up and talk to Kylie about her lip kits all day? That's your girlfriend. Oh, I want a carnival. I want this. I want that.
Does he talk about her talk?
He talks through his auto-tone microphone to Kylie. That's how he. That's how he talked to her.
No. Oh, God.
So it's just like, what do you want? Oh yeah, I want this. I want that. Yeah. Give him all of that, and he thinking he the man. Yeah, I want a balloon in the shape of my face. Oh yeah, sure, we need a balloon in the shape of your face. Right? You sure? I mean, I don't think y'all gonna let me do this. But can I have an inverted cross? Like, hell yeah, you can have an inverted cross. Like, is that safe? Sure, don't worry about it. We'll make it safe. And the whole time they rubbing their hands together and laughing because his wildest imagination is a fucking fire hazard. Let's pack everybody in and then let's light some torches. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, let's do that. And then let's hire security off the street. They said they didn't even check their IDs. Like, they paid them via Cash App. They didn't fill out no W-9 forms. They can't even find these security
check the vaccination
people.
Passport.
They didn't even do that. So clearly, y'all were not trying to make this safe. You built the Titanic up, you insured it very well, and then you fucking crashed it. And Travis Scott will be okay because he's gonna be famous after it's all over with. But in the meantime, he has to be the villain. Then he's gonna be the comeback. Like Kanye, all of a sudden they acting like Kanye ain't as crazy as he was 3 years ago. Now it's coherent. Kanye must be on this medication because he's making tons of sense. No, y'all is just now, you just as fucking crazy as he is now because you've been listening to that shit. Oh my goodness.
Did you know Forbes back in 2020, they labeled Travis Scott as corporate America's brand whisperer?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So why would you rage at that guy? Like, we ever rage against the machine? Like, Travis Scott is the machine. How are you right now? Y'all rage with the machine?
And I'm still trying to understand what that is about. Just even the terminology, the brand whisperer.
Did he have a McDonald's deal? I don't think it gets more commercial than that. And like, you're dating Kylie Lipkins. Like, that is commercial. He is Uncle Sam.
See, yeah,
like
so
the rapper.
something happened behind the scenes to make him corporate America's go-to guy.
Yeah, because corporate America, he's an industry plant.
Right. He has to
I don't
be.
want to be the resident racist, but it's like
No, go ahead. We have no clues on this show.
okay. So like just stick with me on this a minute because like so what do the whole Kardashian family dress like? They all dress like cholas, right? They all kind of have like this Mexican face paint where you can't tell if they're like 4 or 40. But most of Travis Scott's fans are like college age white people and then like Hispanic people. And so it's like if you are ever like around Hispanic people for like a long time, you'll know that they're like really into like, worshiping like Santa Muerte, like Holy Death, and it's like we just crossed Halloween, we just crossed Day of the Dead. And so all of his imagery kind of lends
And they really
toward
like rock and roll too.
Latin culture.
They like heavy metal and
Yeah,
skateboards.
yeah. That's why I was saying like this just seems like Mexican cartel, like something. I'm trying not to like alienate people who are Hispanic like aren't.
Well, this is a
but it's
good
like,
way.
like every Hispanic person.
This is a good way to extort the artist because guess whose idea it probably was?
Jay-Z?
One of these lawyers.
Oh.
Because here comes Benjamin Crump. I'm like, what you got to do with this? I thought you were doing police involved shootings. Now you're doing mosh.
That's what I said. Where did he come from?
So this is where we go back to the Democratic Party because he's been attached to the Democrats. The Democrats have been attached to every police involved shooting. The Democrats always using something to do with death every time they need to make a damn move. They've been the ones who have used the music industry artists who are desperate for all the publicity that they can get to peddle this music. So a way for them to get extra publicity is to sit down and talk to Joe Biden and sit down and entertain Hillary Clinton and sit down and talk to Kamala Harris and sit down and talk about politics has been a new way for people to generate attention for themselves and their albums, T.I., etc., and friends, right? They revived entire careers while Trump was out here aligning themselves with the Democrats going against Donald Trump in order to breathe life into their music career. So you can't do it in that way anymore, but there's definitely a link of the Democrats puppeting musicians and Hollywood actors for their agenda. And then, like you were just saying, Kashar, the what they call them, the corporate whisperer, they've built him to attract the masses in one way or another. I mean, this kid did a McDonald's campaign for crying out loud, and he's dating this Kardashian and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So I see the lawyers knowing that they're going to be the ones who are going to handle the lawsuits, and all of the money that Travis Scott pays out is going to go to lawyers, just like Erica Giardi's husband. You know what I'm saying? These families of these kids, good luck getting whatever the fuck your crumbs are from Benjamin Crump. Good luck. Good luck. Just because you get $2 million settlement or a $20 million from your plane crash, we all learned from the Housewives of Beverly Hills that don't mean you're going to see that money. They're going to give you whatever they feel like giving you. And if they don't give it to you, there's not anything anybody can do about it. And nobody's going to go to jail. And they knew that because they're lawyers. So when they kept your settlement, they knew. Last time we went live, I got to telling y'all a story about this car accident. And then I got on a tangent about some other shit, never even finished the story. But the point of the story was I had gotten in a car accident and left it alone because I didn't feel like dealing with lawyers. I was just like, this is a sign I need to move out of Los Angeles because y'all constantly hitting my car. So I just moved and just said, fuck it, got me another car. That's how irritated I was, right?
Right.
So I get a phone call from a lawyer like 2-3 years after the fact, like, hey, you had a car accident, you never did nothing about it. They want to settle with you. We just calling you to handle some minor paperwork. I'm like, well, I guess if it's just some minor paperwork. 2 months later, they settled the accident and settled, allowing the guilty party to claim that, allowing them not to accept fault when this fool had no driver's license and literally was in a left-only turning lane and made a right turn into my car and I was going like 5 miles an hour. Like, it was so his fault that I really swear he did it on purpose. That's how much it was. No, it wasn't. But it was so egregious that I really feel still to this day that he did it on purpose to ruin my day. Okay. So for the fact that they let this fool say it wasn't his fault and he had no driver's license, it took a $4,000 settlement and gave me 12 and kept the rest. And the part that pissed me off so bad was, if you gonna take the Beasley 4,000 and keep all the money, then you could have did that in a week. Why did you drag me along and waste my time sending me all these documents like y'all was working your ass off? Because if you was working your ass off, he would have had to admit he was wrong. What took you 2 months for them to get what they wanted? I could have did this myself. Just like, this is why I didn't want to bother. I just said all that to say, these damn shady ass Tom Giardi lawyers out here. Tom Giardi is not the only one. He ain't the only one. So Benjamin Crump running around here, ambulance chasing, right along with the rest of these people, taking advantage of these ignorant people's kids.
Mm-hmm.
And then he represents them, gets them a settlement, and he rides off in the Maserati, and they're gonna turn around and call you talking about, let me hold it for you. And I'm gonna flip it. And y'all gonna fall for it. Cause you gotta give me my 20 million. Don't worry about it. I don't need to flip it. I don't need to flip my 20 million. Just give it to me. Today. Ooh, child. Yeah.
Yep. So some of the footage I saw too there, I didn't want to get into this aspect of it, but
Go ahead. They won't let us talk about mandatory shots. So I mean, what else are we supposed to? This is where we are. Honestly, if we could talk about that, we wouldn't even be talking about this.
Okay. And I'm born and raised in Texas, so I'm used to, the Hispanics or whatever. I saw so many fights just with them amongst them there. That it was kind of crazy. So a lot of the mayhem was kind of them, acting a fool.
Well, it's a lot of that going on, but when it's black people, then it's black on black crime. But when it's anybody else, we cannot disclose the nationality because we need to protect the guilty. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that's what I was saying about that Chicago. When I started seeing footage of what was going on in Chicago, I said, these kids ain't even black. Y'all have left the impression, y'all just keep saying gang violence. And so in my brain, that just makes me think you're talking about black people because that's normally what you mean. But these people are not all black. And then so people are saying, well, y'all don't want to talk about black on black crime. What about Chicago? When the Chicago crime is not all black on black crime. Now, that's not to say some of it isn't, but all of it ain't. And it's a lot of like little pockets and shit where it's race wars going on or culture wars going on with people that are from different countries, and you got all these immigrants sitting up in the, like gangs of New York. Mm-hmm. So go ahead.
And they came from all over, like Corpus. Well, I don't know if you're familiar with Texas, but like Corpus Christi is a few hours down, and it's a lot of Hispanics in that area. They came all south of Texas. They all came into Houston So it was, they were deep.
What's up, cousin Andrew?
I need to find that footage and send it to you because when you see them fights, they were out there. I mean, they were really going at it.
Fights at the
Astroworld. At the
ASAP Rocky Festival. I mean,
That's
sucks
what
to
I'm
be there.
saying. Like, I think.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. We added cousin Andrew. What's up, Andrew?
No, I just wanted to talk about since you're bringing up all the Hispanics or whatever. The stuff. Well, first of all, I'm Mexican, second generation, and I know just from living in Long Beach my whole life that there's fucking way more interracial whatever violence that's going on than people want to admit, or hostilities. And like you said, Kiki, it does have to do with nationality, because even in the past few years, I've heard that like in Wilmington, a lot of from what I've heard, Salvadorian immigrants, not to just completely put this on them, that they also, what is it, they essentially came in and started trying to like claim their territory. So doing the old school Italian shit of like threatening businesses who were in their area to pay them for safety and shit like that. And they tried to come to my uncle once, but I don't know how he talked them out of it or whatever. But like that shit's been going on for a while, and no one really wants to admit it. But
now, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I have a question, Andrew. Who are they trying to take it from? Like, is it a particular nationality they're trying to take it from, or is it just an area? Or
I think, well, in that area there is a lot of Hispanics, so I think they're more comfortable probably messing around or threatening other Hispanic people, or even if whatever they think they're doing, they're doing them a service or whatever. But it's all, I doubt they'd go into like in certain parts of Long Beach and try the same thing. But yeah, I mean, it's been
people will take advantage of Mexicans that like don't speak English, probably like haven't been here that long, people who just got here to come work. People will go to areas where they know that they are and like rob them and shit because they know they always have cash because they're day laborers, they work every day. You know what I'm saying? They're probably not legal, so they're not gonna dial 911. You know what I'm saying? So like you're gonna go over there and fuck with them as opposed to going over to another neighborhood where it's just nothing but gangbangers sitting around all day long like you. I mean, looking for some drama, it's easier.
Yeah, even as far back as like the 80s or 90s. I mean, there's like the cholos. There's like a difference between cholos and paisas. Paisas are, like you said, the people who are working constantly, most likely illegal, even though the cholos might be too. But the cholos are more gang oriented. And even in the past, they were the same. Literally, they were both Mexican, and they still attacked them just because they were easy targets.
Right.
And yeah. It's just a mess.
That makes sense, and that kind of looks like what I was seeing, because I was like, why are they fighting like that? And like it looked like they were against each other, like this group against that group. And if
you mistake somebody who is El Salvadorian for being Mexican, they get upset about that. There's like hostility, you know. Now, with that being said. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't always know the difference. I honestly usually don't know the difference unless it's like now people from Honduras sometimes have like really light eyes or blonde hair, but they still look really Hispanic. So that gives me like a hint, but I don't know. It's tricky. With that being said, I'm sure Hispanic, some will more than likely know the difference, especially if like, your communities are segregated. Like this particular environment is all El Salvadorian. I already know this is an El Salvadorian neighborhood, whatever case it is. You know what I'm saying? And the way LA or California is set up, where Mexicans have been able to set up for so long, but in America, the way that you assimilate is with crime and gangsterism and mob mentality. That's the only way they fucking eat around here anyway. So that's the part that irritates me about where the conversation is, like how immature the conversation is in America right now, because this isn't a racist conversation we're having. This is a sociology conversation that's supposed to happen. What happens when you take people from different cultures and you put them all in the same environment? And let's talk about how that environment is going to influence these people differently, not just based on their ethnicity, but based on their class too, or their location. All that type of shit is important, especially if you want to figure out how we can all get along. But they sit here and act like everybody's the same and we're all the same blood and everybody has the same organs. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about culture, and we're talking about communities and mixing cultures and communities together and what happens. And then these people are all at the same time trying to share or compete for resources. This is important stuff. And they don't want to talk about it. And they want to sit here and act shocked and surprised. Every time something goes wrong, nobody knows how it happened. Because y'all don't do no damn research. Y'all don't think nothing through. You just do stuff just to be doing it.
Right.
And that's what Astroworld is. You know? We want a world where we can do wherever we want to do. And this is the result. And not to keep, beating it. Damn, my comedic timing sometimes is too funny. But Nipsey Hussle at one point says, I bought this story because the people who owned it, they wouldn't let us hang outside. They wouldn't let us chill right here. I feel like I should be able to get a burger and a blunt from the liquor store. Sorry. Feel like I should be able to get my burger and a blunt from the liquor store and stand outside and catch up with my homies about our gang activities for the day. And I just don't understand why the police, and the people who actually pay to run their establishment keep complaining about it. So I thought that me and my friends put our street money together, obviously, so we could rent a spot here. That way, we would have the right to buy our blunts and our burgers and stand outside and talk about our gang activities for the day. And then sorry. And I'm supposed to sit here shocked and appalled with the permanent shock face when this shit goes bad. Like, y'all do everything. We be watching it like this. It's like watching Jenga. Like, y'all are this does not look like a good idea. They're like, shut up. This is a good idea. This is not a good idea. It's not a good idea. Damn. Y'all have let all the wrong people get all the money, all the influence, and all the access. All the wrong people.
Do you think that's on purpose? Is it on purpose or on accident? Shit. Which is worse? I think it being on accident is worse. Just kind of like Bush with 9/11. It's like, yo, I hope they planned that shit, because if they fucked up that bad, we're in trouble.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, at some point, on one level, I hope that there is the leader of the global Hunger Games is trying to show us how irresponsible and lackadaisical we have been in our lack of attention to detail, which is why they floated this story about a bat and made everybody believe this bullshit and got everybody I hope that you half-ass pulling this plan off was a part of your plan. because you
Like,
are
I
not even
hope-
properly
I
executing
hope
this.
Kamala's really. Yeah, like I hope Kamala Harris is like really just stupid. I really like if no, I'm sorry. I hope she's really evil because if it comes out that she's just
Right,
really that
really evil.
dumb.
Evil.
Yeah, I hope
Evil.
she is just sitting behind a chair with her fingers, just because if she's really that dumb, I'm
In my
worried.
mind, she wakes up in the morning and spins around in her salon chair and gets her hair freshly washed, Brazilian blow dried every day. You know what I'm saying? As she plots on her evil takeover, and programs Joe Biden for the day. Like, I'm hoping that that's what's going on until she eventually trips him and takes over as president.
Yeah, because I've been having doubts because it's like I remember when I saw that like Illuminati ritual president inauguration, I was like, oh fuck, we're doomed. And now it's got to the point where it's like Joe Biden may have shat himself in front of the Pope, and I'm like, yo.
Wait a minute. Which is the greeting that the Pope deserves? That's how you greet the guy who covers up child molestation. You poop on him, on his shoes. You poop on his shoes. That's what you should do when you greet the Pope. It's appropriate. That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm overwhelmed. It's too much foolishness on a daily basis. I don't have time to worry about whether or not y'all change the president. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, this is too much.
Yeah, it's definitely on purpose.
Well, girl, you just gotta trust the plan.
What did you say, Char? It's on purpose.
Yeah, we just said Travis Scott's old manager said he boosted all his.
He had to,
up,
because he came out of nowhere.
And then something else I saw when I saw most of all of the presidents are related. Like this, this is all by design. Is these people are either planet or they all related?
Or both, because they're reptilians,
right?
I mean, goodness gracious.
I mean, how could they not?
I think it almost makes them more evil.
So many white people.
It makes them more evil if what? I'm sorry, one of y'all.
Well, I was gonna say, I think it makes them even more evil that they don't even have to try that hard. They just get to sit back and mess with us and watch us fucking destroy ourselves or destroy each other.
Because nobody stops them.
Yeah.
And I wonder if they created superheroes so that people would have in their mind that somebody somewhere was in a lair arming up to stop the bad guy, and so we wouldn't have to do it. I mean, this is out of control. And for there to be a mob storming, pun intended, to Travis Scott and not a mob after Dr. Fauci is insane. It's insane to me. Like, obviously they lied. Do we not all know that they lied to us 2 years ago? I knew they was lying then, but by now, everybody, even the people who wash their hands every 5 minutes, they should have noticed by now it was fake.
Right.
For real.
Why are we still playing? And why is nobody angry? Just oh, well, we're just going to go along with it. Well, the president's going to make us do it anyway. He can't make you do it. It's against the Constitution. But the communists said it doesn't matter anymore. So, well, whatever. And then now look at this. Halted.
It's the same reason they went into this concert or whatever, walked through this demon's head. And it's they go to it until it's too late, until your life is on the line. It's you can't wait these people up out of this.
I mean, I think we've all had that friend, or that relationship where you just see somebody just will not get it right. We know, you see this person is just they are so full of themselves because they think it's so cute because they're getting some type of social reward from it. But really, it's just destructive, you know? And it's just, and it's all the way up to the top. I think that's what makes it so bad.
Right. Right. Like that's what Travis Scott did. He had, he had like footage of all these people passed out, half dead on his Instagram. He started pulling all that stuff down. But it's like he's been doing this. Like, and y'all didn't say anything. This dude,
So has the mayor or anybody like important in Texas said anything about this? Has it gone up higher than the police chief?
No. They're very quiet about it. And right now, their favorite line is "It's still under investigation." We're, so no. It's
so
so
you're telling
quiet
me
here.
the
It's
mayor,
almost scary to me how quiet it is here about that. I'm like, are we
the
just not
mayor
talking
doesn't
about
have
this?
the mayor doesn't have to come out and make a statement and say, "I'm sorry, your kids got killed at the car," because there was a Ferris wheel.
I haven't seen them.
I think this was like some weird gang shit. And I think that
when you say gang, do you mean when you say gang, you mean
cartel.
Street gang, you mean cartel, like huge mob organization?
I mean cartel. I mean like huge mob organization. I think, like, all jokes aside, I do think it was a planned sacrifice or a planned something. I think it was like a coming out party for whatever cartel has a presence in Houston. And I think the higher ups know not to say anything because if there's a real investigation, because the proof is in the pudding. It's like people were injected with the drug and passed out, and it created a stampede, and then nobody got invested. Like nobody's
But
asking
nobody.
about, okay, who are these?
No, finish what you were saying. I'm sorry.
I was saying, well, nobody like if they were really trying to do an investigation, everybody's playing like a big old game of like, hot potato, like I don't want to take the heat for this. The easiest thing to do would be to blame it on people that are actually criminals. So you have a concert where this thing pops off because people are injecting security with the drug that makes them pass out, and then are injecting random people in the crowd. If you were really trying to get out of the hot seat, like that's an easy target to blame it on. Travis Scott, the city, all of them. Like, okay, there was some gang activity. They do it in all the time. Vibe, the Source Awards, like nobody was held liable for the Source Awards. That one year when everybody was snatching each other's chains, there was like a shooting.
Well, yeah, because they're on private property in an arena or something like that usually. But now this particular situation where it's a festival, usually this is happening on some type of city-owned park grounds, reason why they have to get a permit, right? Am I right about that? You guys have the information?
You're right.
That's my understanding. Mm-hmm. So this is different.
You're right,
from...
but if the culprits of... I'm just saying, like, I think it's obvious, like, how this thing like popped. Nobody's talking about the elephant in the room, which is why are people being injected with a random drug at this concert? Nobody's talking about it. I find that a little weird, and that's why I think the city officials aren't really saying anything, because if you ask too many questions, eventually if they ask Travis, like, Travis, why did you keep on playing? Blah blah blah. He doesn't want to get in trouble. He doesn't want to pay $10 million out to these families for counseling.
That's going to happen regardless. But at the same time, he is insured. The venue is insured. It's going to come out of insurance. It's not going to come out of his pocket. What's coming out of his pocket is this preemptive stuff he's doing before the settlement comes through. But I think that going back to now with the injections, or if there was fentanyl stickers and stuff being placed on people's back, I'm not sure that he would even be able to make that out from where he's standing, especially if everybody's packed in like that. But I'm sorry. But the question is, if y'all didn't even search anybody, maybe had you did some searching people, you may have at least noticed if there were some shady characters or if people had syringes in their purse. But you didn't even look.
Let me give y'all an update too on that.
Okay.
So in Houston, the chief of police, he came out about 2 days ago, and he said that the story about the security guard being pricked, with something and they had to administer this Narcan on him because he passed out. He said that's false. He said there was no one out there injecting people with drugs. He said, so I'm letting y'all know that because it could be another cover up. But the chief of police said that is false. That did not happen.
Now, I saw a kid on TikTok the night of saying that he saw people sticking fentanyl patches on people's back and going down. And then there was another TikTok with a girl saying she saw or heard about people getting injected. I don't remember which one it was. So I think that started on social media. But and yeah, people do clout chase. You know what I'm saying? But then the TikTok kids is the ones that also solved the case, when a little white girl went camping and came up missing a couple of weeks ago. So TikTok credibility is a little bit better than the police these days.
Right. And like I said, I'm not saying I'm with it. I'm just letting y'all know.
Yeah, we don't know.
He's already kind of said fake news, basically. Like, nope, that didn't happen. So just so y'all know, they not even looking into that part.
They're backing up on that one.
Right.
And okay, so Ambi says the festival was at Reliant Stadium, that's now NRG Arena. So what I want to know what the situation is with the permits, because they were talking about permits. He went and got these permits. He had all the permits. They made sure to say they had permits. So who gave them a permit? Who gave this fool permission? Honey, because that's who need to go to jail. Because if Travis Scott asked me, can he throw a party at my house? I would say no. No, Travis Scott, you can't. I know if Travis Scott throw a party at my house, I'm going to have to move. I know that off top.
Oh, it says the Mayor Sylvester Turner released all permits filed with the city related to the 2021 Astroworld Fest. Let me see if I can find this.
Yeah, see, we get some kind of tea on these permits. Who signed this? Who signed the permit?
Well, they said he released them, but they not. Let me see who signed them though. Let's see. He released all permits filed. Blah 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 blah. Oh, now it's popping up with all kind of ads.
We need to see these permits, and we need to know what the permits was for, and we need to mainly we looking for a security permit.
Oh, I got a list of them. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 10 permits. So the first one is called HFD, 10th Acme Party. So this is for a fire prevention permit issued to Acme Party intent. Property location. Let me see who signed it. NRG Park. Okay, y'all can keep talking. I'll be looking at these permits. But there's 10 different permits. They have them posted online too. Okay, it says approved by the fire marshal. It just has initials on here that say MU. It says fire marshal MU.
What? Well, it's only one fire marshal.
So that's
fire marshal. Y'all got Jim Carrey fire marshal bill.
Let me look at the next one.
Fire.
Okay, let me look at this one. It's the occupant safety intervention application. Let me see who signed this one. See now the shit that got real. Now it ain't funny now. Okay, this one says responsible party is James Belfont. Who is that?
I think that's Travis Scott. Is that his name?
No, James Belfont.
No, his name is like, what's Travis Scott real
It's
name?
Jock.
Can somebody?
Jock.
Jacquees or something.
Okay.
Let me look this up. James. Don't give me investigating.
No, girl, please. We need to get to the bottom of this.
Okay, James Belfont. It says he's the game operations and event manager.
For
He
who?
has a
NRG?
LinkedIn page. Okay, hold on.
He's never gonna work again. We need to just take that page down.
What? Let
He
me
is
drop.
the
I'm about to drop this link. Can I drop
Please
this
do.
into?
Because he is the responsible party. I need to make a whole video just for him. We need to get to the bottom of this.
Comments.
Because Travis Scott don't need to have no more concerts. He need to have virtual concerts. You don't have to crowd surf from your living room. Because y'all don't know how to act.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I noticed most millennials and youngers have like no survival instincts.
These kids.
And I think that's a big problem too.
You think it's a perfect storm. It is a perfect storm. And it is our responsibility, Fire Marshal, to know that they are not prepared before we allow this to happen. I don't want to hear it. These people have absolutely no excuse. And let me tell you, I had not heard about the kid in a wheelchair who was thrown off the balcony at a Travis Scott concert.
Okay. I just dropped it on the YouTube channel. I couldn't get it.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so here's the link, y'all.
So y'all can help me because there's like 10 documents.
We need to look through it. We need to compile who the hell is responsible for giving Travis Scott, a 30-year-old man, the permission to put on a rager for preteens and with a carnival with cotton candy and a Ferris wheel and devil worship. Who said this was okay? That's what TMZ should have been worried about. Look, when I seen the kid in the wheelchair, y'all, apparently Travis Scott was telling people to jump. Don't worry, they gonna catch you. Talking to people in the balcony. And so the first, I'm telling y'all, I can't do it. I won't. It just look. So I wake up every day like you should just take this shit seriously. You should just grow up and present the news. But I can't do it. It's too fucking funny. Look. So he telling them jump. So the first kid, he jumps off and the crowd catches him. Right? Yay. So Travis Scott insists that somebody else needs to go next. And he pointed at this one kid like, now it's your turn. And he's like, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. And Travis Scott is like, you need to jump. And he said, the kid's literally like saying, I don't want to die in here. And Travis Scott, so now the other people in the balcony are insisting. And y'all, I'm not laughing because this child broke every bone in his body. I'm laughing because this is so ridiculous. Nobody should have to tell you. So the other people around him in his section want to help him jump off the balcony so that he can obey Travis Scott. Okay, but he doesn't want to, so he's clinging. So I guess he clenched up when they threw him off the balcony. Sorry, this is ridiculous. They threw this short child off the balcony and they didn't catch him. And they didn't catch him. And they didn't fucking catch him. Now, I'm not laughing because I'm not laughing because this child was thrown off the balcony and broke every bone in his body. I'm not laughing because of that. I'm laughing because Fire Marshal Bill over here turns around and gives this guy a permit to throw a fucking carnival. This is why I like to do it. This is why I like doing it live, because when y'all all here with me laughing, when I'm by myself laughing, I just feel like the Joker or something. Just like I'm this evil, sadistic person in the dungeon laughing at people's traumas. But now that y'all giggling with me, now I know I'm not crazy. This shit don't make no sense. Why would you give that guy permission? You think? I'm expecting you to be like Brenda from accounting came downstairs and signed this permit one day, and this shit, it was the fucking fire marshal signed the permit. God, he did not understand the assignment. Shit.
Travis probably said that to him too. Just jumping on
Okay, let's see. I got one more.
Like, what was your criteria for a permit? A pulse? How does this guy qualify for a permit?
The mayor's office of special events for the street closure was signed by a lady named Susan E. Christian. She's the mayor's officer or office of special events coordinator. So she signed off on that.
On them to close the street down.
That's for the street. I'm still going through these permits.
She innocent.
Then there's one on here, Houston Health Food Permit application, and then there's another food and beverage, fireworks, flames, and pyrotechnics, liquid glass. So I don't see one with the actual mayor's name on it, but I guess his.
Well, I'm sure he didn't. I'm sure he probably didn't sign it, but I'm wondering where the safety, like, is there a safety contract or quota or something like that in terms of the security situation? What was that agreement like? There isn't one.
I don't see one.
Because I would assume at least that these other permits would be contingent upon that part. That's the most important part, right?
Well, that occupant safety intervention, just that one.
Okay. Well, what does that one say?
That's the one with James Bell Font on it. James Bell Font, and I looked up his name. He shows to be game operations and event manager for Houston. Assistant. He an assistant? Oh, Lord. They probably so that's who signed off. James Bell Font. His title is Game Operations and Event Management Assistant for Houston. Whatever that is. Whatever that means.
And Envy said, so she looked the lady up and she came up as an activist / businesswoman.
Oh, the Susan lady?
Susan? No, scratch that. Okay, she said, never mind, scratch that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Susan Christian. Because so far, since Fire Marshal Bill right here, since he didn't catch it, I don't see how we can hold anybody else responsible. This guy right here. The fire marshal, the fucking fire marshal. I didn't even think about him. Dude, you are so fired.
That was the fire marshal's name too, right, Bill? Oh, no. Bill.
No, it was MU.
Oh, okay.
He tried to be slick and put his initials on there. Like, there's only one fire marshal, bro, and it's you, and you're fired.
MU, yep, it did say that.
He's fired. That guy's got to go. He cannot be the fire marshal anymore. He did not understand the assignment. Like, you got one job to do. You got one job to do. I mean, he's the person who should have been setting up the layout and the parameters and the requirements and of how you contain that amount of people in that group, how you control that crowd. Like, the fire marshal is supposed to be like, you can't have over so many people within this so much square space, which is why I thought arenas were designed in a particular way to keep you from being able to really rush the stage, because there's certain areas you can't go no further without a ticket. That's what you use all the staff for. Like, this sounds like it was a free-for-all. An accident waiting to happen, and these important people with all these titles and badges literally permitted it. And what you permit, you promote. And they are responsible. Speaking of obvious shit going wrong, crashing and burning, and totally unrelated though, did y'all hear about Stevie J filing for divorce from Faith Evans?
Yes.
I had totally forgot about that, but when it came up, I was like, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Duh.
Likewise.
But can you believe that he has the nerve to file for a divorce because she cheated on him?
Oh. So I haven't kept up. I don't know what's going on, but that's why I was wondering why.
Apparently, she was cheating on him with young men, as she should. It's Stevie J.
How
Just
many?
I don't know. And then it came from Jocelyn, so ain't no telling. But Jocelyn don't normally be lying. We don't know. Jocelyn ain't a liar though. The last time Jocelyn said something outrageous about somebody and we thought it was a lie, it wasn't. So I mean, Jocelyn Trust's track record is decent enough, but we can give her the benefit of the doubt. She said Faith was hooking up with young men's.
Oh wow. Yeah, I don't know too much about that.
So he filed for divorce and now he wants spousal support.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So let's see if the
show. I don't know.
I mean, it is Ratchet. They're definitely rich and Ratchet. So I mean, I don't know. You know, they won't let me talk about, everything that I see going on is just like these rich people.
So we
acting
can't
a damn
talk
fool.
about. We can't talk about nothing about shots or nothing because I don't stay up on YouTube. Oh damn.
You can't talk about it unless you're telling everybody that it's safe and effective and hurry up and go get it and a booster the same day. As many boosters as you can get and get all 3 brands for triple protection. Because they're safe, they're so safe and effective, you can just get a booster every day. Just wake up and get a boost. Every day.
I hope all those Astroworld I hope all those people at Astroworld get their money back in a booster shot.
This world is they are getting a refund, but the employees have not gotten their money, cash out. But I mean, this world is just. And you see this evil laugh you got going on?
That's not true.
No, I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to goodness gracious. I'm not making this up. He said, and I still ain't got paid. They were supposed to cash at me my paycheck, and I still ain't got it.
Mm-hmm. Sure did.
It just the situation is just so what it is.
Wait a minute. You clearly didn't do your job, though. You clearly didn't do your job, though. There's that part. There's the part where y'all didn't do no security. So we're definitely not paying you because we had to refund. Because we had to shit. Sorry, y'all. This is ridiculous. I'm the bad guy. I am the bad. I'm telling y'all, I couldn't even come on last weekend. I was like, there's no way I could talk about this shit without laughing. And I'm the bad person, not the fire marshal who approved this shit. Because this is ridiculous.
Yeah,
It's
these
just
kids
so
are
unavoidable. This shit don't make no sense. This don't make no sense. This don't make no sense. But let you work at a call center or something, they breathing down your neck, micromanaging you, making sure you do your damn job. But the fire marshal out here just passing out permits like it's candy. You ain't had no criteria. He didn't even look into the
He probably
guy.
saw Ferris wheel and was like,
And this ain't the first one. This ain't the first one. They just didn't do it last year because of COVID.
All right, this is the third one.
And I heard the other ones, it was the same issue. They just didn't die.
wait, are you saying that he threw a kid over the thing like in a wheelchair? The kid ended up in a wheelchair.
He's in a wheelchair now because when the crowd at the command of Travis Scott threw him over the balcony, he was not caught.
Mm-hmm.
The audience didn't catch him.
Yeah, he's paralyzed.
Oh, that's not funny.
It's not funny.
Foul.
What's funny is that Fire Marshal Bill gave Travis Scott a fucking permit. That's funny. And meanwhile, your boss is like, you better be doing your job. Shit.
Right.
It's not right. There's no professionalism.
Does it say how old Fire Marshal Bill is? Does it say what his age is?
No, it just has his initials, M.U.
He was probably at the concert.
He probably was.
He was probably in there too.
Because I'm trying to find his pitch. I cannot find him.
M.U. They probably ain't even got no fire marshal. That's some ghetto ass shit.
List of them, and none of them. One of them is Chris McDonald, Wendell McLeod, Stephen Raymond, Stuart Sherman, Joshua Hand, Marcus Hicks, Ernest Johnson.
Oh, you looked up all the fire marshals.
Yeah, and I don't see an MU.
Ain't no MU. Is it possible that you could be a C?
No, it's a M.
It's a U.
Yes,
and there is no MU
because it's typed on there. The initials are like typed in.
Oh,
like, yeah, it's not even wrote on there.
Look at you, detective. This is very important.
Right, like they could have did it online. I mean, it could be forged.
It could be fake because who would or what? Or y'all knew that the shit was faulty. Y'all knew it was gonna be a problem, and none of y'all didn't want to take the rap for it because who was MU?
Mm-hmm.
And we laughing.
That's what I was
but
thinking.
It makes no sense for a fire marshal to give Travis Scott a permit in the midst of what we already dealing with, and shit is supposed to be tighter. People are supposed to be social distancing, and you're gonna give the crowd surf king a permit to have his carnival. This is really important. Like if I wasn't so lazy, that's like a whole video. I could be like, fake fire marshal signs permit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Too bad I'm so lazy. No, it just takes a lot. I should have my computer in a little bit. And I can do that kind of stuff. I gotta be able to at least share my screen. I can't like full on edit. That's just too much. That's just too much. Maybe somebody else will catch on because you know they be ear hustling. So one of y'all that's ear hustling need to go ahead and spill the tea that the fire marshal paid.
All right.
MU. Like this is important. We need to know who it was. Because now, if we don't know who MU is, does the mayor know who MU is? Can it be traced back now? The event's over with. Who signed for this? Who approved it? How was it typed? Is there a wet signature?
And you know what? This other form I'm looking at, like the fire prevention permit, they wrote on this one. See, yeah, it's something funny with that one.
And who signed the fire prevention permit?
This one, let's see. Who's on? Well, they just wrote 10. Hold on. Oh, wait. It's supposed to be notarized. They didn't get it notarized.
Ooh, dun, dun, dun.
What? Wait, hold up. Wait, oh no. This is the one that says MU.
Okay.
Okay. No smoking signs posted. Hold on. Wait a second. Let me go back. Okay. This permit applies. La la la.
Crypto said, make sure you screenshot it before they take it down.
Oh, you sure right. Oh, let me do that. Thank you. Let me do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stacy said MU for made up.
Amazing.
Oh shit. Oh, you remind me of your laugh remind me of Sugar Mama boyfriend. Sugar Mama boyfriend on the Sugar Mama boyfriend on the Proud Family. Poppy.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit. Oh man. We ain't supposed to laugh at this shit. Damn.
Well, it's just so comical because it just so
It's
is
just
what
so-
it is. And then when you start doing the fact that she's doing all this research and it's still just coming up shenanigans across the board is just
It's the fact that she has done more looking into this than the fire marshal did when he gave Travis Scott a permit. You wonder why. The fucking fire marshal. His name is Matthew Udemy. Louis says his name is Matthew.
Oh, okay. I'm still getting these screenshots.
DMV said, why not? This shit funny as fuck. Louis says the name you're looking for is Matthew Udemy. Udemi.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish these screenshots.
Thanks, detective.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Yeah, it's a section on here that's supposed to be notarized and it's straight blank. Like, I can't even believe it.
Wow, that's insane. How you gonna not notarize it?
Like, there's nothing there. Wow.
He said somebody says it was on the fireworks permit, Matthew.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I didn't look at that one.
So why isn't he listed with the name amongst the of all the fire marshals
on the website?
Right. You don't get to just come and moonlight as a fire marshal at your convenience. You should be on the website. You get giving out permission.
Okay, let me look him up. Spell his last name.
Udemi.
Okay.
Couldn't even get it notarized. This makes absolutely no sense. Like TMV, like with they didn't even notarize it. I mean, this is so ghetto. What in the
They got Acme security.
Is this him?
This ain't even top flight. They didn't even get a flashlight. They got a vest. So terrible. Cutting corners left and right and wonder why. And that's what's irritating me. And it's always on the public. It's the public has to stop. The public has to feel sorry. The public has to donate money. The public needs to change. The public needs to give up their freedom. Some kind of way, guns gonna get brought into it. Gun control. You know, it's just the public, and nobody that we pay or put in these positions are ever held responsible for any of their actions, and people wonder why this place is falling to crap.
Yeah, this sounds like it's gonna play like a whole like metaverse thing. So like, don't even go to concerts no more. Just put your goggles on.
No, you can't. And I'm so glad that I did go to concerts and stuff when I want, you know, because I'm not going to take the, you know what I'm saying, to go see Travis Scott, you know, or those people who went and took the things so they could go see Dipset versus The Lot. Are you kidding me right now? Okay, you had to take it for your job. Okay, like you took that shit so you can see Joel Santana. Come on now. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You had a friend that did what?
I had a friend who got it, and like he works from home. I'm like, so why'd you get it? He's like, I don't know. You know, like my family gets together. I'm like, you know, it's gonna do da 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 da. So you know, 6 months go by. Of course, now he has we're just gonna call it the party. He has the party real bad, and he's like, damn, I voted for Biden. I still got COVID. You wrote in Mike Huckabee. You got scot free, and I'm like, did you even go to any concerts? Like, you took this, you didn't go to any concerts, man. Like,
you ain't travel or nothing.
I don't know. Yeah, you didn't go to Trinidad or
nothing. Just going along with the herd.
But that's like, but millennials and Gen Z do not have survival instincts. It's something I've noticed.
Very true.
They don't have. Well, I should say we don't have survival instincts. I was on a date with a girl one time. We're at a club, right? This guy comes in with like basically like squat gear. He had like a bulletproof vest, like this white guy, you know, and straight up riot gear. And he starts screaming, "Who in here is voting for Elizabeth Warren?" And so I grab her hand. I'm like, "Hey, let's go. Let's get out of here." And she just freezes, right? Then he comes over and like sit next to us, and I'm like, "We need to go." And she just like stays there. So after the night, I'm like, "Bitch, if we're ever in a situation where there's like a shoot or something like that, I'm leaving your ass."
You know what? We've all been there where we've had to look at a woman and say, "Bitch, we leaving now. I'm leaving now. Bitch, I'm leaving now." Okay? And if you ain't in that car with me, you finna get left. Because I know where this is going. You think it's playtime. Playtime is over. Shit. No, but it's just so funny with words and language, because that's a different bitch. That's a bitch that's not used that often. That's a bitch, let's go, bitch.
Yeah.
That bitch. Bitch, you in danger. Okay.
You in danger, girl.
You in danger.
If that Whoopi Longstockings, sorry, that Whoopi Goldberg. Like,
I had this homegirl that, I mean, she was really cute, you know, and she just felt like because she was cute, she could be a bitch. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how else to. Mm-hmm. And we was hanging out with these Jamaicans, and you know, that's a whole nother tempo. You can't get away with the same shit with Jamaicans that you can just you can get away with a regular Americans, okay? So she was feeling herself. Uh-huh. And I had already fucked up because he had made a big bowl of some bean situation. And it wasn't bad, but I wasn't finna like eat a pound of that shit. So the fact that I didn't sit there and like eat a pound of whatever bean Jamaican dish this was, I'm already disrespecting the hometown. You feel me? So they're like, you ain't gonna eat no more. I'm like, oh no, I'm good. It was very good. Thank you very much. You know what I'm saying? But that's enough for me. You know, I'm full. I ate earlier. All the excuses, but very polite. But it was delicious. Wow, that was fantastic. You sure, girl? You can eat some more. Put some meat on your. No, I'm great. I'm very. Oh, but thank you. I'm very gracious. Here go my homegirl. She already said she didn't want it. I'm like, oh no, don't do that. So what I'm saying, bitch, I wasn't even talking to you. And she was like, she said, nigga, who the fuck you? And I shake my head and I said, bitch, it's time to go. Don't you say another motherfucking word. I'm gonna be in the car. She steady running her mouth. No, because I don't understand. I got my purse. My hand is on the door. She's still talking. The ignition is revved up. This bitch is at the door. I said, ma'am, they are Jamaican. They will hit you for real. This is not Inglewood, ma'am. Let's go. Shit. I'm already in violation. I'm already in violation because I didn't lick that bowl clean. Ooh, here you want to talk back. Shit. When he said, bitch, I wasn't talking to you, that should have been the end of it. Or it's time to go. She trying to get everybody beat up. Because once he started, he wasn't going to stop. He wasn't going to stop. Once he slapped her, he was going to slap me just for standing there. I already know. So I said, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I've seen this movie before. Where the Jamaicans at? Because I know y'all laughing like a motherfucker. I know y'all laughing. Because it's true. They don't play that shit. That shit is funny. So I know what that bitch is. Bitch, you in danger. It's time to go. Them type of girls. Oh goodness, great. Don't know when to quit.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh, he said crypto said shut up. Oh shit. Ooh. Oh, all right, y'all.
So do you find it suspicious that like within 24 hours they were already trying to sue Drake and Travis Scott? Like
no. I mean, because Benjamin Crump was already there because the lawyers are in on the plan. This is an extortion. This is insure the Titanic and sink it. Travis Scott is been catfishing these poor children, okay, who were already born into a world where music wasn't that great. It's not like these babies was not made to Earth, Wind, and Fire. You know what I'm saying? These kids was made to Nelly, in the Saint Lunatics. Okay? So they don't really have an expensive musical talent to fucking begin with. They don't. Yeah, that's why we gotta protect them.
Well, that's probably why Travis is smart, because he's raising Tiger's baby as an insurance plan.
What'd you say? What did you say? Say that again.
I said that's probably why Travis is smart, because Travis is smart because that's why he's raising Tiger's baby as an insurance plan.
Oh yeah. If you don't take care of me, Kylie, I'm telling. and you know they gonna believe me. All he gotta be like, this ain't my baby, y'all. Like, we know it's Tiger's baby. And she's like, how dare you? That is the most absurd. Why? Just because I was with Tiger when I got pregnant and I hid the pregnancy and hid the fact that I was pregnant and wouldn't come outside, so y'all couldn't do no math. Why would that make you think that I was lying to you? And they just trying to prove it too much, like Stormy World and all that. Like, you going too hard. I should be able to eyeball it. I should be able to eyeball it. You doing too much. Poor ASAP Rocky, man. Sucks to be that guy. I mean, imagine you walking around here with the same face as this Travis Scott asshole. And it's already bad enough we can't tell you apart. But then this... It's bad enough we can't tell you apart. But then this asshole was fucking Fire Festival and shit. The poor ASAP Rocky. ASAP Rocky mission is blowing up. He's like, what I do? Oh, poor guy. That's who's having a tough week, man. They're like, aren't you? ASAP Rocky's trying to go get a burger. Like, hey, aren't you that fucking asshole? Got all those kids trapped. Like, no, that's not me. That's not me. That's Kylie's boyfriend. I'm Rihanna's boyfriend. That's the difference.
And Rihanna's talking to him like bitch, ain't nobody ask you.
Oh, coconuts? That's what Yo, okay, look, they still up. The funniest thing on YouTube, I'm telling you, still to this day, it has not been beat. It was a series called Got to Be Real, and it was like a spoof or like fake reality show of all the R&B divas, but the content creator is like doing a voiceover, but using images of them. So whenever they play Rihanna, like they just like Rihanna barely knew what was going on, and like her response to shit would just be like coconuts. They ask her some complex question. Oh, Rihanna, you just did this wonderful festival and everything, and what does this album mean to you? And Rihanna would just be like, coconuts? That shit was funny. Oh, man. That's a classic right there. All right, y'all. We've been on here shooting the breeze for 4 hours. I'm gonna get off of here. Y'all always have fun with y'all. Y'all funny as hell. Oh my goodness, y'all got me laughing. But please send me them screenshots. Maybe I could put together a quick montage for y'all. What'd you say? What were you gonna say?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, yeah, that was some amazing research.
No, absolutely.
I'm just seeing okay with a
Kashara.
Like,
oh, yay. Oh, I'm glad I called in.
Yes, I'm so glad you called in because this is very important stuff here that nobody else is even talking about. So why you even have to do all of that to figure out who the fire marshal is and why is his picture not up with the fire marshals that's listed? Why you got documents that are not notarized? You know what I'm saying? Who is this other lady? What's her name?
Susan Christian.
Susan Christian. Who is she? What is going on? And why would you give Travis Scott a permit? Because all of you need to be asked that question. Because this information that we're laughing at we're laughing because these are all the reasons why you would see that immediately deny an application. Like, I don't need to see anything else.
And it's like they released it and they act like they did something like this. Okay, this not even notarized. Like,
nobody read it. That's shown because they have the media in their back pocket and the mainstream media isn't reading it, and these YouTubers aren't gonna fucking read it.
Wow.
But it does matter but it matters. That's actually the most important element. Like I've been saying from jump, the city is responsible. That's who needs to be also getting sued, is the city. The fact that these lawyers are chasing behind the rappers and not the city makes me feel like the city and the lawyers and everybody else is in on it, and they are sinking Travis Scott only to, of course, revive him at a later date. But for right now, they're cashing out because they're going to sue Travis Scott, sue Drake, sue whoever they can sue. And the lawyer is going to take the money from them, and the lawyer is going to stick it in his pocket, and he's going to dole out what he sees fit to whoever he sees fit.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Because when I was telling y'all about the update where they said that the sheriff said that they weren't pricking anyone, the lawyer was right there with him. So they were on the same page.
See?
Yeah, and you didn't even know that, but I didn't even think about that. But yeah, the lawyer was right there with him.
The lawyer. Because why? Because the lawyer's whole entire case is predicated on Travis Scott made this environment unsafe, and he did not have the proper protocols to control the crowd, and he incited the crowd. But if you guys were spooked or something happened where you were being assaulted or stabbed or shot up with something, and that's what caused the panic, that's totally out of something that out of Travis Scott's control. That's not even something he might even be able to see looking down into a sea of all these people that we still can't figure out why they're there. But that's who am I to judge? I guess that's not my business.
And let me tell you something else too. You know how they're reporting there were 50,000 people?
Right. I keep hearing that number.
Before, let's say like a week or two before this whole thing happened, Travis Scott's team were putting out that it was sold out, and it was 100,000 tickets that they sold out. So that's something else I'm not sure about. Like it's like they chopped the number in half.
Well, the number ain't on none of them permits.
I didn't look through all of them, but the ones I looked at, I didn't see. That's a good question. I didn't see a number. What about Lewis? Lewis looked up the name and found Matthew.
Louis, do you see it? What's up?
No, that's a great point, because sometimes when you do present a case and say like, yo, I want to have this event or whatever, they will put a limit on how many people can be there at the event. So if that's not specified at all in any of the paperwork, then that's 100% funny business. You
had to. That's what the damn fire marshal is for, to make sure.
Oh.
That's what the fire marshal is for. He's supposed to be making sure the fire marshal is the person who determines what the hell that number is.
Mm-hmm. But that's what I need to see if I can find the stuff that Travis Scott's team put out. I think they cleared all that stuff, but they said we sold out 100,000 tickets. This was way before, the event went down. And then that's when Travis, I think, told them like, "Oh my wow, y'all storm it, y'all come in anyway
because it's sold out."
Right, and it was supposed to be 100,000, but I'm like, why they keep saying 50,000? Like,
and this is why they were sleeping out front, because one of the kids was saying if you got there early enough, they wasn't checking no tickets. So if you already know that, because he done told you to sneak in, and this is what y'all
and
do.
Those are the ones at 2:00 that day, they stormed through, they ran through.
Bum rush at this war of the Worlds. Is that the movie? Where the zombies come over the wall, World War Z or something like that.
Yeah, I gotta find that. Now let me get on that.
And that's what World War Z, and this is Gen Z storming the wall. And when I first saw this too, I was thinking, you know what? The Illuminati do a lot of dumb shit to try to incite some type of end of the world situation, or at least make it look like it's the end of the world. But they plan to be backfiring. It's not really going really well. But when they put together these rituals and harvest energy, it's still like a mass casualty event, but it's manufactured.
Wow. Yeah, because I've been noticing like a lot of the conservative mouthpieces, like Tim Pool.
Yes, I found it. Oh my! I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I found it on Forbes. It says, oh my God, let me drop this in the chat. It says all 100,000 tickets for Travis Scott's Astroworld Festival sell out. It's on freaking Forbes. Oh my gosh. So they are lying. They cut that number in half. Okay, let me send this link to y'all. Copy link. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Sorry.
I just had
No,
to interrupt.
I was just
Breaking news. No.
please do because I'll talk your ear off. I'll talk your ear off.
Let me drop this in.
No, because I noticed Kiki and like a lot of conservative media outlets ever since January 6th. Every time something's about to go down, like Kyle Rittenhouse case, it's like they're gearing up for riots and they're gearing up for riots. They just keep on repeating the shit. So it's like they're trying to.
There is no riot.
It's like but they're trying to like put it in people's ears so that it'll pop off, but nobody wants to smoke.
And it's not. Nobody don't want to smoke. Because if that was the case, they would have did it.
And you said earlier that that Forbes was the one that named him as like a industry whisperer or something like that.
Yep, Forbes, and this is also from Forbes. I'm about to drop it in the YouTube chat, but this is all the way back from May 6th of this year. They report. Look at this, y'all gotta look at this. This is crazy. I can't even believe it.
I wish I could show the images.
Can I put it? Let me see if I can put it over here.
They used to have like a show.
That's what they are lying. They keep saying 50. That's why, because the fire marshal, they must have approved for 50,000. So they're trying to run with that number, but they sold out 100,000 tickets. And then not counting all the people that ran in. Wow. And this is from May 6th. Oh, wow. See, why isn't any... Oh. Everybody's quiet.
Did Kiki leave?
Oh, yeah. Looks like she's gone.
No, she's here, but maybe dealing with a little one. This is jaw dropping.
Yeah.
Oh, Louis says the permit for the street closure states expected attendees 45. See, so that's why they're lying. They sold out 100,000 tickets back in May. They didn't apply for that permit until October 29th. So they knew it was well over 45,000. Wow. Louis, which permit did you see that on? Oh, the street closure. Yeah, Kiki. So Louis looked at the street closure permit, and he says the attending says 45,000 on it.
What?
I think we cracked the case.
We done cracked the case.
Yeah, I think she might be dealing with a little one or something.
So that's why they're saying 50.
Sorry.
They sold out over 100,000 back in May.
I mean, even going further back with saying that the city is responsible for this, and it's even worse. It's even worse than what we thought.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
With all those pyrotechnics, the fire marshal should have been way more on their case.
Right.
They took some money. That's the next part. We still got to figure out why the fire marshal that signed for it is not on the.
Kind of like lax with those laws anyway, though.
Right.
Which is why Benjamin Crump and Democrat friends want to go to Texas and create all this fucking chaos. Because they got a bone to pick with Texas anyway. They can even piggyback and come back
But
and social
you know, the
distancing,
day
yada yada
that
yada.
the festival happened, he posted this new song called "Escape Plan,"
Oh yeah, and it's
um,
a terrible song.
and so I'm thinking that this is like a setup, you know, because
What do you think his level of involvement is?
there's
Do
way too
you
many
think that
coincidences for this to just,
it's
you know,
they aren't coincidences?
happen
But
by
but
accident with the fire
is he a
marshal
useful
stuff and
idiot?
uh, you know, them being funny about ticket
Like,
sales and you
He's
know,
probably getting his
playing,
due.
yeah.
You think he probably what?
He might be getting something out of it, but I don't think he's the mastermind or the perpetrator exactly behind all this.
I mean, it's possible.
No,
Just I mean, just is he sitting at the round table with the
well, he
devil like
doesn't
we can
look
go
like
to
he'd be the
Texas and do this,
mastermind.
or
And it's probably like
is
one of those things like he has enough deniability to kind of keep his nose above water.
it possible he doesn't
But
know what's going
you know, I kind
on?
of like look at his team a little sideways because this is just
Is it possible he doesn't know?
I
Is
don't
it
think
because you
so.
can?
I mean,
Is he in
maybe.
the studio and he makes this song and somebody's like at the label like, nah, you need to catch your name. Let's call it Escape Plan. Hey, let's make it like a tunnel. Like, yeah, you get to the other side of the tunnel into like, you go from the regular world into your world, you know? Like, okay, like for example, Cisco talks about how their group was called Legacy, and then one member of the group and the management was in bed with the music label and doing the occult shit, and came to them like, we should call the album Drew Hill because it's catchier and da 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 da, and then like, oh, we drew you guys a logo and it just so happens to be a dragon, and it's like Cisco was like, I was so well, I think Woody was the one telling the story. One of them was like, I was so happy to be famous. I didn't give a damn what the fuck a logo was or what you called the group either. I didn't care. I just went out there and sang the songs, and I later found out that it was short for Druid Hill and all this other type of shit. But I was not concerned with none of that at the time.
No, these new artists, Kiki, they know about the occult. Like, so I've
Okay.
listened to two now back Drew Hill. Now they didn't know, but these new guys, they know what they're dibbling and dabbling in.
Man.
They're not green to that. No, not at all.
Yeah,
Oh,
I would agree. I think they just turned a blind eye to try to absolve themselves of any responsibility or guilt when they think they're just getting ahead.
I mean, but how does that work? It's not no sacrifice if it ain't your fault. That's like the whole premise of the sacrifice. How
But
you ain't guilty? You got to be guilty.
I mean, I guess, yeah, you're right.
I mean, if the evil one's gonna accept your sacrifice, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to kind of do it with your chest.
I mean, in that to what I said, I think maybe they're just trying to fool themselves, assuming they have an out when they do actually have responsibility for what they're doing. But they're still trying to, well, fool themselves, I guess, and that they're not really a part of the master, any type of master plan, or whether they're being used or not, or they're the ones organizing it. They're trying to make themselves in the future not feel guilty if they ever actually do realize that guilt.
Jared says, is it a humiliation ritual? Maybe.
possibly.
shit. I think being with Kylie would be enough, but
Maybe.
Every time somebody hang out with her, somebody gets shot in the foot or something going down with her all the time. She always somewhere in the mix, but ain't never got nothing to do with it. Some kind of way she always innocent. But
Right.
she dead.
I saw a news article. They were like, I think it was TMZ. They were like, Kylie looks concerned.
That's supposed to be enough.
I I'm like, she got on a mask. You can't even see her face.
Why is she wearing a mask?
I don't know, but she and her sister was right next to her. Kendall didn't have on a mask. I don't know. I don't even think Stormy had on a mask. I don't know what that was
Storm,
about.
they had the baby at the concert?
Yep.
No, child. What else?
Mm-hmm.
Girl, you really trying to sell that? That's the daddy to the point where you gonna take the baby to the concert? Okay, girl, we'll believe you. Stop taking Stormy to the concert.
Yeah, she took Stormy to the first one 4 years ago. She
To
was a
help them
baby.
sell tickets.
Mm-hmm.
But they had like a backstage section, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they did. This time they were out. But they were in a little section, but it was still kind of outside.
Well, one of the girls described it like the section, the VIP section was like at the head of the cross. So people couldn't stand in the front of the stage. And if you wanted to see Travis Scott, you had to go to the sides of the inverted cross. And that's why so many people was trapped. And the people that died was the ones who died like the angles right there.
Mm. But I would say, based off his apology, alleged so-called apology, like you could tell from
rubbing
that.
his forehead.
Yeah, I mean, that says it all to
Those
me.
some crocodile tears.
Like he's just like, okay, like they told me I need to get on here and
But
say this real quick.
That was the part that made me be like, so what did you say to get the permit? Because you were not an eloquent dude. So how did you sell this idea? What is going on?
He got the rhymes.
Huh?
He got the rhymes with news to help him.
Clearly. And at that point, it leads me to my next question. Is the music industry a public nuisance?
Oh, yeah.
Because between this, Britney Spears, you got people outside talking about free Britney. Y'all could have let Britney go a long time ago so these kids could go home. Like, this is too much.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all keep up a lot of chaos. And I was listening to one video where they were just going through all the different incidents that have happened at Live Nation events. And it's just like, are y'all being fined? Is there a penalty? What is the consequences to Live Nation when they do this kind of stuff? Y'all can't keep coming out here with Instagram apologies now when it's literally costing people's lives. It's one thing to just brainwash the kids and have them out here confused. That was bad enough, but you can't do this. Is ridiculous. This is out of control. And it can't be left on the artists that y'all give millions of dollars to as soon as they drop out of high school. You surely can't. That's just not a good enough excuse for us to say the artist is responsible, because we know that these people are not the brightest crayons in the box.
No.
What we got fire marshals for all of that? They let the artists do whatever the hell they want to do then. What's the point in having shoveling around these papers? Y'all shoveled these papers around like you was doing something and got paid to do it. Y'all got paid to put these fake ass stamps on these papers.
Mm-hmm.
Tax money. And then do a damn thing. And then you're lying. And you busted, because Kashara just busted your ass. You lied.
Mm.
I thought that was a strange number.
What?
That 50,000 number.
Yeah, I kept asking. I'm like, why are they? I knew that's why I keep up with some of the, stuff that's going on. I was like, I don't know why they keep saying that number, because I thought everyone knew it was 100,000 tickets sold.
Because he was bragging about it.
Yeah, because he was his whole camp. But I guess I'm the only one that remembered that. I don't know what happened.
And then, like I was saying too, these YouTubers, they just see one person's story and they regurgitate it. They're not looking in and digging in and researching. And I mean, shit, it took you 20 minutes to crack the damn case. The city is full of shit, and the city is liable, and the lawyers are protecting the city and holding a fire to Travis Scott, and they get the benefit of the attention, the traffic, the damn sales. You know what I'm saying? And guess what? Coroners ain't free neither. None of that shit ain't free.
Oh, right.
Ambulances and all of that. And hey, I ain't trying to be funny, y'all. Don't laugh, because we already bad enough. Don't laugh. But what y'all want to bet that at least one of them death certificates gonna say COVID?
Mm.
Oh,
I bet they
oh,
will.
sorry, you told me not to
I
laugh.
say
They
don't
might.
laugh.
They
I
might
warned
all
you.
say that.
They might
Actually,
all say. They might all say that. That's the type of world that we living in.
right.
That's what makes the shit so damn ridiculous. They might say
Um,
COVID.
okay, so Barnett put on YouTube, unless they inflated the sellout numbers too. I thought about that, but I don't think they did in this case because okay, I thought about that. I said maybe they inflated it, but I said if they did, they would have released more. And because they didn't, and he told them to just kind of run, made me think maybe they didn't inflate the numbers.
That's a stupid lie.
Because you know how they do little fake sellouts, but typically they'll be like, "Oh, now we're releasing more tickets," but they didn't. So I'm like, "Nah, I guess they
But
sold everything."
you would fake sell out at 50,000. Why would you fake double the number?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I definitely believe
Well, if
that
he told people to
100,000
rush
number is
in, doesn't
real.
that make him liable?
Well, I know. I mean, if 50,000 people did not hop that fence,
No, it was a lot, but
and
probably
I
not that
mean,
many.
there's a million ways that they can say that he incited this violence and all of that. I'm sure, and he did. But
Mm-hmm.
at the same time, he has such an egregious track record of doing this that we have to ask, why would any of you guys enter into business with him? From the vendors to the Ferris wheel guy, whoever. I know that ain't Travis's Ferris wheel. Who Ferris wheel is this? Why are you guys doing business with this child? He
Right.
is crazy. This festival is too much for what he got going on. And they just took an underground vibe and then just completely commercialized everything. Like, that's what they did with Gangster Rap.
Mhm.
And now you got middle class kids out here going to a concert. Because who got $400 to go to a concert? So these
Oh
ain't
yeah.
poor kids.
So can I
Oh,
ask?
go ahead.
Can I ask y'all a question? Because I was kind of feeling this, but like a couple weeks leading up to it, I just felt like a real eerie feeling. A lot of my friends like really sensitive to different energies, stuff like that, and they're all having like stomach aches and like anxiety attacks. I mean, between the Alec Baldwin shooting and that and stuff, I kind
Yeah.
of had a feeling like something was gonna go down. Yeah.
Of course, Halloween is their ritual time. And we
Yeah.
already knew a ritual was coming. And because we are on to them, they have to get more creative. Because we're like, y'all planning something for 9/11. We know you are. We know how y'all operate. So it's like, well, we can't be so obvious. We can't do it on Halloween. That's too obvious. You know what I'm saying? So let's just wait
Right.
a couple days. You know what I mean? But there's still I'm sure if we go check out the moon phase and whatever, like it's just all a cold, funny
Mm-hmm.
business. And it's still within their window time frame for them to do rituals and that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And these artists are so stupid that I don't know to what level y'all evil and to what level y'all just dumb and gullible. Because ultimately, y'all the ones that's taking the hit. And all these other people hiding behind company names and stamps and initials.
Yeah. Yep, exactly what Kiki said. And we were also in a retrograde at that time as
Mm.
well. And it's also harvesting season. So it's they come to get their
Right.
harvest.
And it's kind of the end of this. It's like either they're going to end up either destroying everything or there's just going to be a revival and a rebirth where people do get their act together because our species cannot continue on this stupid. It's just not working.
Mm-hmm.
It's not working.
Oh, and Louis, I guess you missed the part, but I did speak about Nicki Minaj and the Queen album and Travis Scott kind of like manipulating those sales, but I don't think you were on when we talked about that earlier.
Yeah, we talked about that. Mhm. And how she just went diamond, and ain't nobody talking about it because they talking about Travis Scott again. And he's an industry plant. So, they could just be using him to drown out a lot of noise. Things they don't want discussed. Like these press releases they keep calling
I know he was
mandates. Louis says
he
the
is one of
last new
Kanye
moon.
proteges. So
Louis says the last new moon was November 4th, the first night of the festival. See? Yeah, that's
Oh
how they
shit.
do.
Yep. And we had just came out of retrograde too.
right.
Hey, Phyllis. So, I mean, at this point, they've got us all involved because even if we're not practicing, we still have to be familiar with the occult and know what time it is and for what ritual, so we know when the hell to go in the house. And when to go in the house and cover the mirrors. Good grief.
Basically, yep.
Basically. So damn witchy. Oh, this is too much. All right, y'all. Well, thank you guys for calling in. I greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here. The baby sleeps, so I'm like, ooh, I might be able to get a nap before she wake up and get this. It's putting me to work again.
All right, Kiki.
All right.
Bye.
But thank you so
Yeah,
much for calling
thanks.
in. It was so good hearing. Yeah, thank you guys for calling in. It's good to hear from you. Thank you, Kishara, for calling in and cracking the case. Okay.
Okay.
And I got to get those links from you. I'll hit you up either on Patreon or email or something. I get the links from you,
Okay, cool.
screenshots and stuff. Thank you for calling in. And
Mm-hmm.
yep, Schmeckel, you didn't come back. Schmeckel was talking to his family. Schmeckel never came back, but shout out to you, Schmeckel.
Yes.
And yeah, appreciate y'all. All right,
All
well,
right.
we'll do this again on next Friday.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. And if y'all want to tip me, you can send it to the Cash App and the PayPal available on the screen. Donations appreciated as well. Love all that. And I guess we'll talk about the mandate. Try to talk about it on Patreon. It's just like it's funny style because I still got to use YouTube. So that's why the Patreon is $1 because I'm trying to stay between the raindrops with this YouTube censorship. Alrighty. Well, I will talk to you guys later. Love you very much. For the people who sent me PayPal donations, I got them. I love you. Thank you very much. And I'll talk to y'all again soon. Talk is cheap. Peace.